After a recent stop in Japan, the Ladies European Tour touches down in the United Arab Emirates this weekend. The stars of the LET visit all four corners of the world, and this week it's Dubai that plays host to the climax of the 2015 calendar, the 10th staging of the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. An international field has been whittled down to battle for the honours this weekend at the spectacular Emirates Golf Club. Third on the money list coming into Dubai, England's Mel Reid is back in the hunt after a fabulous 66 on Thursday. Nanna Madsen, second in the rookie standings, is fighting to leapfrog fellow Dane Emily Pedersen in that race, but needs to finish at least second. Thailand's Pornanong Patlam knows what it takes to win here after lifting the trophy in 2013. She'll be one to watch today. One of the Solheim Cup stars in the field, Sweden's Caroline Hedwall has played herself into contention too after a solid round of 68 yesterday. English legend Laura Davies has been smiling all week, and for good reason. Back-to-back rounds of 68 means she's second at the halfway stage and has a real chance of a first tournament win since 2010. But the challenge over the next 2 days is to chase down two-time winner and world number 6 Shanshan Feng. The former major winner from China finished on 10 under on Thursday afternoon and takes a two-shot lead into moving day in Dubai. This is how it looked last night then. Feng on 10 under, 2 clear of Davies on 8 under, with the likes of Caroline Hedwall, Pornanong Patlam, the former champion Mel Reid, and a few surprise names all jostling for position after 2 days of play at the Emirates Golf Club. Well, a very warm welcome to the Emirates Golf Club and day 3 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Lee Goodall alongside Alison Whittaker in the commentary box once more this afternoon on another fine day in the United Arab Emirates. Let's start with the conditions. Alison, much windier yesterday afternoon, and some of those longer holes here playing into the wind, so that was tricky. Any changes to the conditions today and any changes to the course setup on day 3?
There are a few of each, Lee. Currently, well, it heated up a little bit quicker out there today. It was much warmer around 9 or 10 a.m. than it has been in previous days, and it was a bit of a different wind early on coming from the southeast, but it has switched around to the northerly that we expect here in the afternoons, and 2 of the tees have been moved up as well on the 2nd hole and the 17th hole, so it's going to be a pretty fun finish to watch. Absolutely, some big names on the leaderboard who've played themselves into contention over the opening couple of days here in Dubai. This is a live leaderboard. The final groups went out just before noon here local time in Dubai. The likes of Shanshan Feng, Laura Davies, Caroline Hedwall in the final group. Good news for the Shanshan Feng fans. She's started with a quick birdie this morning. Birdied the 2nd, so has already moved on to 11 under. Bad news for the Laura Davies fans though. Bogeyed the 1st, the par 4 first here on the Margellis course in Dubai, so has moved back to 7 under. So 4-shot lead for Shanshan at the moment. One of the form players today, those players who's made a big move so far. Caroline Masson on that previous page. 4 birdies for her over her opening 8 holes. So Masson up to 4 under par. We'll keep an eye on the German Solheim Cup star. Some of the names a little further down the leaderboard. There's Caroline Hedwall now. Not the best of days for the Swedish Solheim Cup star, to say the least. Started with a double bogey on the 1st, bogeyed the 2nd, so has fallen back to 2 under par. So has some real work to do now. Of course, there's Nanna Madsen as well, level par for the tournament, and Emily Pedersen on that page. Of course, just to bring you up to speed with the Rookie of the Year race, Pedersen started the week with a lead of just over 32,000 euros in that battle to become the Rookie of the Year for 2015 on the Ladies European Tour. Just made the cut yesterday. We were all wondering whether Emily would be taking part in the tournament this weekend, and I think that was the key element of her perhaps winning that race this weekend. Madsen needs to finish at least 2nd, and that's regardless of what Pedersen does. So, of course, with Pedersen making the cut, means she'll add a few euros to her total, so it makes life a little harder for Madsen in that race. Now, these pictures were from a few moments ago. Shanshan Feng, 11 under par, started with a par on the 1st, birdied the 2nd, as we just mentioned,
and playing some wonderful golf on the 3rd today. So ominous signs. Two-time champion, remember, bidding to become the first ever winner of the tournament on 3 separate occasions. Shan Shan Feng. Here's Caroline Masson, who's really started moving today, Alison, playing some wonderful golf early on.
Yeah, she's just been so consistent this week so far. 267s, both 5 under, 5 birdies each day, no bogeys. She said in her press conference last night that I don't think she's ever had a bogey-free tournament, and I don't know if that's perhaps on her radar, but she's looking pretty good out there this morning.
We were talking about her form coming into the event, weren't we? Hasn't had the most consistent of years, Caroline Masson, but has played decent coming into this tournament over in Asia on the LPGA Tour. So that should help the confidence. It was second into the tricky 9th. Pink day today, as you can tell from some of the clothing the players are wearing and the flags out on the course. A tradition at this tournament over the years to raise awareness for breast cancer. All the players keen to get involved in that. And some of the spectators too, that's good to see. It should be a nice crowd out on the course today. Of course, Friday in this part of the world, but that's the first day of the weekend, so most people off work and the schools closed down for the weekend. Here's Laura Davies with the she's gone with the pink shorts visor combo this afternoon, and she's been playing well this week as well. Consistent, that's been the key word, hasn't it, about Laura's game?
Yeah, definitely, and I've seen something a little bit different in Laura's eyes this week. It looks as though she really believes she's got a chance to win, and you know, after that birdie there, picking one up on the 3rd there, that will definitely help her chances. That'll get her back to 8 under for the tournament, and level par for today after the bogey on the 1st hole that you mentioned earlier, Lee.
One of the French women on the leaderboard, who's also started well today. Provot birdied the 1st and the 3rd to move to 6 under par. Rough start for Caroline Headwall though today. Never easy, is it, when you're trying to chase down a player of the quality of Shan Shan Feng and you start slowly, make life very difficult for yourself. Yeah,
it's been a pretty tricky year for Caroline Headwall. Obviously, her performance, you know, on the world stage at the Solheim Cup was a little lackluster by her standards and her performance there in the past. But she's just been a little bit erratic the last 18 months with her golf. Hasn't been hitting too many fairways, and in comparison to previous years, obviously her misses have been worse. Her stats are quite similar, about 65% of fairways, but definitely need to hit them out here this week.
It's Pornanong Patlam, former champion. Won the tournament in 2013. Feng was in the field that week. Chinese star finished tied for 5th in that edition of the tournament. So Patlam has the quality to beat the likes of Shan Shan Feng. He's been talking about her health this week. The Thai star hasn't been feeling tip-top out on the course. A bit of a bug of some sort. We hope she's feeling a bit brighter today. 3rd highest ranked player in the field, Patlam. So high hopes of a strong tournament when she started the week. This is Provot for par. That's a great putt, and her form has it's been a little bit of a surprise to us this week.
Yeah, she's currently ranked 135 on the LET money list. This is actually just her 4th event for the year, though, so it's hard to get any momentum going when you're not getting into the big events consistently. But she's a bit of a surprise packet out today as well. I thought she might get a little bit vibed by, you know, being in the spotlight, but 2 birdies in 3 holes, and then that great par save there on the 4th was it was great for her confidence, no doubt.
Masson's 3rd at the 9th. Tougher par 4s on this marginless course. Seen a few bogeys on the 9th so far this week. Very few birdies. Back to Patlam. It's a bogey putt. Takes care of business. Certainly the cooler section of the calendar in this part of the world in Dubai. Of course, it can get roasting hot here in the summer. Nice and pleasant out on the course, although the sun does still have a fair bit of heat to it. Definitely a day for hats, and that's always good news for Jade Schaefer.
I know we often discuss how she actually gets her hat around the world. Very hard to travel with a fedora, and she usually has one out every week. You never know what Jade will be wearing the next day. Very colourful character.
Now back to Shanshan Feng, world number 6, first Chinese player ever to win a major in either men's or women's golf. It's been a regular, permanent fixture in the world's top 10 the last few years. So consistent. That's been the story here in Dubai over the years. Champion 2012, champion last year. And she's won in style here on those 2 occasions as well. 21 under par in 2012. That was her winning score. Gives you an idea of the size of the challenge for the rest of the field this weekend.
Yeah, she just looks so in form and so in control out there. It looks effortless to Shanshan Feng, and when you look at some of the rounds that have been happening around her, Mel Reid on the first day was a very different player on the second day, and neither of the two seem to vibe Shanshan at all. She just goes about her own business, and she takes care of it well. It's a very tricky hole location over on the 4th hole here today. Flag just 15 paces on and just 7 from the right, as we saw Patlam earlier on finding the water that is being tempted over just short right of that number 4 sign there in the distance. That's a beautiful shot there from Caroline Headwall. Perhaps a little bit of a turnaround on the horizon for her after a very shaky start.
Fantastic group this out on the course today. Not surprisingly, a big group of fans following their progress. Shanshan Feng, undisputed star of women's golf around the world, and particularly back home in China. Of course, Laura Davies needs no introduction. Always popular out on the course with the fans. Here's Masson for par on 9. No, it's going to be another bogey on the 9th.
Yeah, it was the second hardest hole on the golf course yesterday, playing 0.38 above average, and I was surprised it wasn't too much more than that. 7 double bogeys and 2 others, which who knows what that could mean, but Caroline Masson will add 1 to the bogey tally for round 3 there on the 9th hole. Pravot just finding the rough there over on the par 4 5th. This is one of the tees they moved forward earlier on in the week as well, bringing that far water. It's just in line with the gap in the building in the distance into play. It's pretty tricky to track that pink ball, but we have reason to believe that that is stopped in the rough there over on the 5th.
Kelsey McDonald, the Scot. Playing alongside Carly Booth, another Scotland's representatives in Dubai this week. Clara Spilkova too, the young Czech. It's a familiar story, isn't it, at this tournament? Shan Chan Feng with a comfortable lead. Always seems to be able to play herself into a scenario on the final day where she's not under any real pressure. I'm sure that will be one of the aims of Laura Davies today, just to try and get a little bit closer to her and then see what happens tomorrow.
Well, that is a world-class putt, but it just goes to show how quick the greens are. That was downhill and down grain from where Shan Chan was putting, and it is almost impossible to leave that putt short. That one rolling on about 3 feet past the hole.
Now here's Deanna Luna, who's really got into this spirit of pink day today in Dubai. Loving those socks, 2 under for the tournament. And playing some fabulous golf today, the Italian too. How about that? It's the Laura Davies putt. Just obscured by the caddy. There we are.
This will be for Caroline's birdie here after a very tasty approach shot.
Let's jump back to Kelsey McDonald, level par for the tournament. This for birdie to move to 1 under. She will stay level par.
Important week here for Kelsey. She's currently outside the top 80 on the money list, so she could use a very good weekend to boost her status on the LET Tour next year.
Nana Madsen still battling hard in the context of the Rookie of the Year race this season. 2nd place coming into Dubai in the rookie standings. Realistically, it's looking more and more like Emily Pedersen's going to win that one. And I think the turning point was late yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. When Emily kind of found her feet towards the end of her round yesterday, it really did put, you know, an extra nail in the coffin for Nana Madsen.
Yeah, she was in danger of missing the cut, wasn't she, Pedersen? And I think had she missed the cut, maybe that mentally would have made it a little bit more straightforward for Nana Madsen, who of course still needed to finish at least 2nd to leapfrog her fellow Dane, but I don't know, maybe it would have just been easier for her to focus on that, concentrate with Pedersen out of the picture. She was really self-destructing at one point yesterday, Pedersen. Good to see her get things back on track late in the day. Davies for par, stays on 8 under. 4 off the leader, Shan Chan Feng. Started the day just 2 shots behind Shan Chan. There's Pat Lam, 5 under on the 5th. Schaefer's second, 6 under par. Deanna Luna tidying up on the 10th. Birdie on the card for the Italian. Looking the part and playing some great golf today here in Dubai. Well, there's been a fair bit of movement on the leaderboard early on day 3. What does it mean? Shan Shan Feng has a 4-shot lead. Slow start from Laura Davies. Started the day just 2 shots off the lead, now 4 shots in arrears. But some good stuff from Avion Provat and Jade Schaefer today. Both have moved in the right direction early on. Those French women in a tie for 3rd at the moment. Pornanong Patlam in 5th. Georgia Hall is playing some good golf as well. The young English woman who had a hole-in-one on this course this time last year on the 15th. Currently in a tie for 6th alongside Masson. Alex Verlat's going along nicely as well. The French moving in the right direction. Laura Davies, tee shot on the par 4 5th.
And that is in position A1 for the Dame Laura Davies. Lovely angle to come into this back left hole location out on the 5th hole today.
Been saying recently she's been playing well. Tee to green, Laura. It's all about the putts. 27 putts on Wednesday, the opening day of this tournament. 31 putts yesterday for Laura Davies. Said that makes the difference. Other recent rounds she's been in the region of 34, 35, 36. That's the element of her game she's been working on recently and tweaking, and that's impressive. At her age, 52 years of age, she's done pretty much everything there is to do in this sport. It's all about the love of the game, isn't it? If you love playing the sport, then you're going to continue to try and find ways to improve and keep winning titles, even after everything she's done.
Yeah, I found it quite endearing when I heard that she was, you know, trying to change her grip after Xiamen this year. Obviously goes to show how much she still believes she has to achieve within the sport, which is incredible with someone of her resume.
He's wondering what all the fuss is about. Provat. Birdie putt, chance to move to 7 under.
Interesting there, you could see Ariana's putter come back, and often when you have that almost a retract after your putt, it's often an indication of the ball coming up just a little bit short on the greens. Take a look at Alex Verlat's shot into the 8th hole. And isn't that a curler? Getting an incredible bounce there from the front of the green.
Nanna Madsen from Denmark. 3rd shot on the par 4 9th. She'll have that to save par.
Over to Satya Banpot on the 8th hole. Two great approach shots in there from that group. You see Villette's ball also very tidy by the flag.
One tied to another. Here's Pat Lim. Pushing one another along. Seems to be this story with the French today as well, doesn't it? Does that help when you get a couple of people from your country, maybe close friends, doing well? Just gives you a nice boost when you see them around you on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think when you have a nice rapport with your playing partners, it does actually make a little bit of a difference, provided it's not distracting. Obviously, when you're playing with people you get along with, you can have a bit of a laugh, but still have to take care of the job at hand. That was Cabrera Bello's approach shot.
More good stuff from Provat. Big smile on her face, rightly so. Let's go back to Madsen, this for par. It's a good putt, tricky hole, the 9th. She'll be pleased to negotiate that one without too many dramas.
Over to the Headwall twins. Waiting for the green to clear. And this is up ahead. Pat Lim for par.
Drop shot for the world number 45. Jade Schaefer. A warm round of applause for the French woman. And back to Headwall. Second into this par 4 fifth, 2 under. Has lost a bit of ground today.
That one looked like she caught that a little heavy and left straight off the club face. You could tell she was unhappy with that, and that is going to be a tricky little lob shot she's going to have to play on the left of the 5th hole. Grass is quite long over there under the trees and around the slopes.
Let's see what Laura can do. Might have noticed that most recent pitch, she's got a little bit of taping on the left ankle. She's had a recent problem with that.
Yeah, she's got a torn tendon in her ankle at the moment, and she says it's affecting mainly just her drives and her driving irons, but says perhaps not a bad thing. Maybe playing, you know, at 95 or 90% on the tee box isn't such a bad thing for her. Just making her, you know, perhaps play within herself a little bit more.
Yeah, saw the doctor at the course yesterday. Just got a bit of advice for that torn tendon. So she's been looking after it for around 5 weeks or so now. Needs to get in good shape, tip-top shape for the start of the season in Australia, just after Christmas. Fung's second on the 5th. 12 under par, and that's going to be another birdie putt for the Chinese star. That's what she does around this course. It's as if you're a good ball striker, you'll get the opportunities, and for her it's about taking those opportunities. If you give yourself enough, I guess that's her philosophy, isn't it? Some are going to drop, and that seems to be the way she plays this course. A simple approach for her, but it works. Cabrera Bello.
Emma's always a pretty handy player to have around at an LET event. Speaks 5 languages, so any question you need answered, you can head over to Emma, and she can usually help you out. So she wants to learn Russian in the future, actually, so perhaps it'll be 6 or 7 in the next few years.
Tied for 7th today, Cabrera Bello. having a good day. Caroline Masson, 3 under now. Like she was fighting the demons a touch, didn't she, on the opening day's play, Caroline, but she's stuck around. Looking good for a decent finish now. Here's Luna.
Satya Banpot for birdie over on the 8th hole. Not to be.
Caroline Hedwall. Second shot was a touch on the wild side. Another test in store for the Swede. Here's Alex Verlat, one of the French contingent, playing well today. Is to move to 4 under. Gone for the fluorescent pink this afternoon. No missing Alex, is there?
Oh, she's practically jumping off the screen.
Can't go wrong with a bit of fluoro in my book. It's been a solid year for Shan Shan Feng over in the States, where she plays most of her golf. No wins this season, but says she's not too fussed about that. It's about consistency for her, making sure she's high up the money list over in the States and putting herself in contention. Feels that the wins will come along if she can do that. 26 years of age. World ranking of 6, as we've mentioned, 9th on the money list over in the States this season. Just over $1 million in the bank, $1 million US. Bunch of top 10s. Won the Ladies European Tour event in Shanghai earlier this season. Bidding for a second LET title this year. Oh. Tried a hand on the Jebel Ali shooting range earlier this week, she was telling us. Plenty to see and do here in Dubai, on and off the course. Shan Shan Feng, incidentally, has won the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit this season. None of the players just behind her had any chance of bridging the gap this week. Just over 324,000 euros for Shan Shan. This is her 6th event. Have to play 6 tournaments to be eligible for that one. This is her 6th. I made sure she played the minimum. Played in Sanya recently.
Yeah, I remember talking to Nicole Brock-Larsen about it on one of the bus trips home from the golf course, and she said, well, I guess, you know, my position depends on whether Shan Shan plays 6, and at that point in time, I knew that she was going to play 6. It was one of her passions, and I said, I think she's going to play 6, and Nicole's head just dropped down. And she was so disappointed because it was one of her goals coming into the year.
Birdie putt slips past for Masson. So you had to break the bad news.
I did, and I wish I didn't have that job, but Nicole's had a fantastic year since then, and a year definitely to be proud of.
Yeah, 2nd on the Order of Merit, Brock-Larsen, after just missing out on the rookie title this time last year. Amy Bolden won that one. Thomas Patlum. Let's go back to Hedwall. This for par. So looking like it'll be another drop shot for the Swede, unless she can hole this putt. No. Plenty of work left in that.
Yeah, it's an interesting hole location out on the 5th hole. because there's two areas of grain on the fifth. The front half runs one way and the back half, strangely, runs the other. And this whole location is right on the cusp of those two. So trying to work out, you know, your pace control to the hole is different than what's going to happen once it gets past the hole as well. So there's a lot to take into account. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if we do see a few putts creeping by out there today. The greens are getting quite quick in the afternoons.
By her own admission, it's been a disappointing season. No top tens on the LPGA for Headwall this year. Missed 8 cuts over in the States. Multiple winner on the LET though. Oh, another one slips past. Do they have a fiery relationship on the course, the sisters?
I would call it a family relationship, perhaps. The more diplomatic term. But if Caroline's not happy about something, she definitely discusses it with her caddy Jacqueline, a good golfer in her own right. Played professionally as well, and went to LSU, I believe, for college.
Back to the Frenchwoman, 6 under par, Provost. Tackling the 6th.
It's a very tricky hole location to get close to on the 6th. Pravot's done quite well there. The hole does slope from 7 to a 1 on the clock face, but we go over to the 10th and take a look at Masson, just cleaning up for par. Well, one of the longest hitters on tour, Jade Schaefer, on the 6, and she was a long way past her competitors in her group here. Hasn't quite made the most of it there.
Back to the leader. Up onto the 6th tee now for the Chinese superstar.
It's a slight dogleg right here on the 6. Moves around a large waist area over on the right. We've seen a few players there earlier in the week. Very important to find the fairway, though. It's a very narrow green on the 6, and it does run on a bit of a funky angle, and you have to be on the short stuff to have a chance at spinning it and getting it close to the hole location.
Have just ticked past 1 o'clock local time on Friday afternoon, day 3 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Still the same old story at this course. It's who can chase down Shan Shanfeng, 12 under par. World number 6 didn't take too long to extend that lead at the top of the leaderboard earlier on today. Birdies on the 2nd and the 3rd for the Chinese former major winner. Moved her on to 12 under par. Laura Davies dropped a shot early on the 1st, got that back on the 3rd, so 8 under, but that gap she will be hoping to bridge. A little bit further behind them. Provot and Schaefer going along nicely today alongside one another on 6 under par. Georgia Hall doing well as well, as is Alex Vilat, another French woman. Mel Reid, Pornanong Patlam, the 2013 champion, in a tie for 5th on 4 under par. Diana Luna and Caroline Masson, two of the players who've really been playing some wonderful golf on day 3 on the Majlis course. They emerged, pushed themselves onto the first page of the leaderboard. A little further down, Cabrera Bello from Spain has been playing well today. too. She's had a solid week. A couple of 71s to open up and 1 under today as well. Lene Jørgensen, another of the young Danes. We've been talking a lot about Danish golf this week, the strength of the Danish golf, with Brock Larsen second on the order of merit, the 2 rookies battling for that title. But it's Jørgensen who's flying the flag today. She's moved on to 3 under as well. A couple more of the Thai contingent here in Dubai. Liz Young, of course, who was co-leader after day 1. Wonderful opening round of 66. She's alongside that bunch on 3 under par. Lydia Hall has been playing some good golf today as well. The Welsh woman. Gladys Nasira 1 under for the tournament. Another rock-solid year from Gladys. One of the more experienced players on tour. 4th on the order of merit. And a big group on level par, the likes of Whitney Hillier, Joe Clatton from France, Margarita Rigon, the Italian, Maha Hadiwi from Morocco, Carly Booth and Kelsey MacDonald, a couple of Scots, Elisa Saramia, and there's Nana Madsen. Looking more and more like it'll be Pedersen who will be crowned Rookie of the Year on Saturday night at the Ladies European Tour function here at the Emirates Golf Club. There's Headwell. Well, a day to forget so far for the Swedish Solheim Cup start. Provot for birdie on the 6th. It's going to keep moving. Let's go back to Luna. Now on the 12th, 3 under.
Well, it'll be a lengthy birdie opportunity with the pin tucked up in the back left section there on the 12th green.
Jay Schaefer.
Well, she definitely learnt from her countrywoman. Provot's putt, a little better on the pace there from Schaefer. It's a gorgeous golf shot there from Alex Follett into the par 4 9th hole. Seen a few people have troubles finishing off their round on the 9th.
Good putts from Provot, rock solid. Put herself in a strong position today. Here's Caroline Masson, 3 under for her 3rd round.
151 yards to the pin here on the 11th hole. And that looks about, what, 153, 154? Great shot there from Carrie Masson.
Schaefer for par to stay on 6 under alongside Provot, fellow Frenchwoman, playing partner today. Keep an eye on one another. French contingent on the Ladies European Tour seem to be one of the tighter knit communities. You often see them socialising, don't you, off the course? Seem to be a good support network for one another.
Yeah, they are surprisingly close, actually, perhaps even deceptively sometimes. They do stay together a lot, and I've seen them play a few games of Uno out on the golf course every now and then in the lulls. That's a gorgeous golf shot again there from Shan Shan Feng. It looks as though she's just hitting the ball so straightly and not making too many errors out there early on, and that's going to set up another birdie opportunity for Shan Shan.
Laura Davies. Shan Shan showing them how it's done once more on this Margilis course, as she loves this place. Clearly enjoys coming to this part of the world. I think that's a factor, isn't it, when you're a professional sportsman or woman, embracing the travel, the adventure that goes alongside your profession. Slight shake of the head from Schaefer, but she's safely on the green.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving this whole location on the 7th today. Pins 27 paces from the front, just 8 off the left, so it's definitely tempting a lot of the players to try and go for it in that back left corner. Bit of a do or die situation. She's found the putting surface, but that's going to be a very slippery little putt for Prevot off the back corner of the green. Cabrera Bello, 3rd into 9. Oh, well, she thought she had it. It was almost like a ballerina move, wasn't it?
Theatrical, that was. Reaction from the Spaniard. Big smile on her face, enjoying herself today.
Patlam really needs to get something going, and that's the little collection area I was referring to over on the left of the 7th hole, and not the easiest of up and downs from over there. She'll have some work to do. And this is the figure of Caroline Headwall over on the 6th hole. Struggles ahead for her.
Yeah, one of those days, isn't it, for the Swede? It's been that kind of season. Judging by what she was saying last night after her 2nd round, she started to feel like this might be her week, but consistency is the name of the game, isn't it, in this sport? Diana Luna. Would move to 4 under if this disappears. From one form player to another, here's Caroline Masson. Chance to move to 5 under. That's looking good. There we go.
Well, that one looked in all the way, Lee. That's her 5th birdie of the day so far. 4 under for her round, and really getting something going out there, Caro Masson.
Alex Vilat taking a time over this short putt. The result she was looking for. Yeah, back to Headwall. You can see her sister Jacqueline just about on the right of the picture with the flag. Oh. Mighty close, but she'll have that for bogey. Arabello stay on 3 under. Job done.
Yeah, best finish for Emma, a tie for 22nd here back in 2010. Well, a very lackluster putt there from Laura Davies. So much slope on the right-hand side of the 6th green, and perhaps a little bit of a pace mishap there from Laura. An unforced error there for the Italian.
Don't see too many of those from Diana, do you? Usually pretty solid with the putter. Big putt for Laura Davies. Just for par. Not happening so far today for Laura. It's been a while since she's won, Laura. 2010. Work to do if she's going to change that. Here's Schaefer. Can she move to 7 under? With Laura moving in the wrong direction. I hate to say it, but at the moment these ladies are battling for 2nd, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so, and I really feel like someone has to challenge Shan Chan, otherwise she's just going to run away with the tournament.
Headwall for bogey. Oh, she's having a nightmare out there today.
She seems to be moving her head very quickly after impact on her putting. Ideally, you know, within my own putting, I really like to keep my head down through the entirety of the stroke, and I think that straight after impact she's actually looking up a little bit. Perhaps a few issues that need to be dealt with back on the putting green after the round. A good lag putt there from Prevot on the 7th.
Looking comfortable out there, confident, at ease, which is impressive given where she is on the leaderboard in this kind of field. Doesn't look intimidated in the slightest, does she?
No, she did have a win earlier this year on the LET Access Tour, on the Sölvesborg Ladies Open in Sweden, and has had a few top 10s as well. So she has been in this position, but perhaps not quite on this kind of stage.
Shan Chan looking to do some more damage. No problems. Moves to 13 under par with her 3rd birdie of the day. And now with a lead of 6 shots all of a sudden. And that advantage has opened up quickly today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at Shan Chan's history, you know, between 2009 and 2012, she barely finished inside the top 50 in the majors. And then from 2014 onward, she's had 4 top 10s, and she's just really found her stride and just seems so confident and so solid on the golf course.
Mel Reid saves par, stays 4 under. Here's Jade Schaefer. She knows what it takes to win on the LET. A couple of trophies on the mantelpiece back home in France. Oh! That's what she thinks about that putt.
Always showing her emotions, Jade. Often speaks with her hands as well. A very animated player.
Would be a nice boost for her season, wasn't it? Jade Schaefer, 60 on the order of merit coming into this. week in Dubai, so not the best of years for the Frenchwoman, given that she's won a couple of times on tour. Germany back in 2009 and just outside Prague 2011. Those are the two trophies for Schaefer in the past. There's Provot. Have a par on the card.
This would be a very handy up and down par for Pat Lim after missing the green left, and she's done it. She'll stay at 4 under. And back to the tee.
Seventh hole, par 3. One of the tougher par 3s, Alison, you were saying yesterday.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, with the pin at the back left today, it does make conditions a little bit trickier. She has birdied it the last 2 days, and she's calling for it to sit, but you know, that's just an indication of how tuned in Shan Shan Feng is with her irons at the moment. Distance control is at an absolute premium, and she's putting on a clinic out there right now, isn't she?
Yeah, brilliant golf from the world number 6, living up to her billing here in Dubai, the star of the field. Laura Davies too.
Good shot.
Oh, wonderful shot from Laura in response. Fighting hard, Laura Davies, but with plenty of work to do, as is the case for all the ladies behind Shan Shan Feng. Now with a 6-shot lead here in Dubai. The French are doing well today. The likes of Alex Verlat, Jade Schaefer, Ariane Provot, all moving in the right direction on the leaderboard. Caroline Masson as well, putting together one of the rounds of the day, has really shot up the list this afternoon here in Dubai, tied for 5th at the moment. Mel Reid as well, not too far away. Mel will be hoping for a strong finish, still in with a shout of finishing 2nd on the order of merit. Nicole Brock-Larsen starting the week in 2nd spots on the LET's money list, but the likes of Reid, Nasira, Beth Allen, Emily Pedersen, in theory, with the chance of leapfrogging Brock-Larsen into 2nd spot. Shan Shan Feng wraps that one up, by the way. So another accolade for the Chinese world number 6. A little further down, tied for 9th, Melanie Jorgensen and Tirapa Sawanapura from Thailand. Tied for 13th at the moment, Rebecca Hudson from England. Deanna Luna playing good golf today as well. As Lydia Hall has moved in the right direction. Good round of 68 from the Welshwoman today. Whitney Hilliard too, the Aussie, with a 69, has moved to just inside the top 20. Of Thai players in the field here in Dubai, always the case in the UAE. Nontaya Sarisawang, alongside the likes of Carly Booth and Isabella Ramsey and Gladys Nasira, all on 1 under par. And 6 players level for the tournament: Jo Clatton, Maha Hadiwi, Kelsey McDonald, Stacey Keating, Elisa Saramia, and Nana Madsen 2nd on the rookie standings. Doesn't look like Madsen will be leapfrogging Pedersen after all this week. Looked possible yesterday, but another solid season on tour for Madsen. Charlie Hull on that page, tied for 36th. Of course, one of the Solheim Cup players in the field this week. He's played well in Dubai in the past. Was crowned Rookie of the Year here at this course 2 years ago and won the Order of Merit 12 months ago on the Ladies European Tour, Charlie, but a bit of a rough week for her so far by her standards. Day in Dubai. He didn't get the memo, did he? Thought it was blue day.
There are some absolutely stunning birds out on this golf course, actually. I was walking the course earlier, and over the back of the 17th, it was almost like it's an aviary. So many different types of wildlife to be seen.
Caroline Headwall about to take on a birdie putt. She could use one of these dropping.
Yeah, 3 doubles on the card today for Caroline Headwall. Just can't afford to make those kind of mistakes out here in this golf course. Not when you've got players like Shan Shan Feng in front of you, making birdies galore.
There's Mel Reid, winner in Turkey this year. Had a good season, solid season. Good to see Mel playing good golf once more. Struggled for a bit of consistency at times this week, particularly towards the end of those opening couple of rounds for Mel. This is Provot, doesn't look too pleased with that result. On the sand.
You can see Provot just getting a little bit stuck behind her body there. Knee coming through a little bit early, and often when your hips come through before your hands do, it does have a tendency of leaking out to the right lee, as you can see there. Provot finding that right greenside bunker.
Shan Shan looking to move to 14 under par. Putting on a show today. Easy as that.
It's just hit the ball, repeat, hit the putt, repeat. She has an exceptional record out on that 7th hole, yet to make anything but a birdie. So fond memories there, and she is on a roll.
Laura needs to respond. She's going to have any chance of catching Shan Shan. This to move to 8 under. No.
This is the point of the round for Laura where she really needs to stay patient. She was really looking forward to coming out today and hoping for a battle with Shan Shan a little bit more perhaps than we're seeing unfold so far. But she can get a little impatient with her golf, Laura, and she just needs to hang in there and perhaps set some new goals for the next 11 holes on the scorecard.
Must be extra frustrating in a sense for Laura as well, when you've achieved so much in the game and you're used to winning tournaments and all of a sudden you're not. Presumably it gets more and more frustrating the longer that wait goes on.
Yeah, she said she felt like she was kind of back at the beginning. It had been such a big break since her last win in 2010, so she's feeling a little bit like a rookie out there today, and hopefully she can find some of that experience going into the back nine and turn things around a little bit.
Jump from Masson to Patlam. Patlam perhaps one of the players we thought might be able to live with Shan Shan over the last couple of days here in Dubai, but not happening so far for the Thai star. In terms of the quality of the field, Shan Shan the highest ranked, but Charlie Hull and Patlam both inside the top 50 in the world. So we move back to Luna.
pin today on the 8th, just tucked over on the right-hand side, 16 paces from the front of the green. That will be a very quick putt. Lots of quick putts over on the 8th.
Causing a few problems yesterday, the 8th, wasn't there? What are the challenges when you're stood on the 8th tee?
Well, you can see here from the tee shot, you really need to just hit your drive on the left of the buildings up ahead. We saw a few people hit it toward the left side of the rough, and that just skipped through the waist area, but no problems there at all for Shan Shan. Split the middle yet again.
Doesn't need to take any risks, does she, in her position? Trusts her game. Laura Davies up next.
Yeah, good one.
It's 240 yards to carry the big bushy tree, as our yardage book calls it, on the corner of this dog leg here. That one just finding the rough, perhaps a little lucky not to run through into that waist area there for Laura Davies.
4 under par, Alex Vilat. Up on the par 5 10th, this is her third. Oh, what a shot. Quality from Vilat.
That nearly went in on the full, as we call it in Australia, but she'll have that tap in for birdie.
Talking of birdies, chance for Luna. Oh, almost, Deanna. Back to the 8th, Provok with a third from the sand. That's a great shot. Oh, how about that? Wonderful touch.
Well, I bet she liked the look of that. Yet to make bogey today, Marianne Provok. She's scrambling very well. Just the 2 birdies on the card so far.
Caroline Masson. This pulls up short, but she's had a great day so far out on this Margilis course. A venue on the European Tour, the men's tour, of course. Start of the year. Opened back in 1988. This was the first championship grass golf course in this part of the world. First men's professional event here in 1989. Big names have won here on the men's tour. Likes of McIlroy and Tiger.
Beautiful putt there from Jade Schaefer. You know, it's interesting how you said it was designed in 1988, and very few changes have actually been made to this golf course since then, a testament to the design by Carl Litton. Whenever a championship golf course has tournaments, you usually get a little bit of feedback on, you know, perhaps some changes for the future. They put a new bunker over on the right of 1, but apart from that, very little has changed in the last few years, and it's just a brilliant championship golf course here, the Margilis.
Yeah, it's a great facility, isn't it? I was watching a great program on the plane coming over here last year, I remember, and it had pictures of when this place was opened. Just get a sense of how Dubai has developed around it. This was a green square in the middle of the desert when it opened, and now you can get a sense of some of the pictures around the course. You know, we're surrounded by skyscrapers. The marinas popped up, Media City. Incredible development of this city in recent years. Pravot taking care over the short putt for par. Mel Reid for par. Now back to Laura Davies on the 8th. Tricky second shot.
Yeah, the line here is just at that TV tower at the back of the green. The green does slope quite severely from left to right as well. So once it hits the putting surface, it will kick to the right. But that one has come up a ways short.
A look of bemusement on Laura's face. Always entertaining, isn't she? That's why the crowds follow her. Back to the Shan Shan Feng Masterclass. 14 under. And another wonderful result for Shan Shan.
I love that not only she hit it inside 10 feet again, she's also put it on the right side of the flag in terms of a makeable putt. Lovely control there from Shan Shan.
Making this golf course look easy, isn't she? You were talking about the 7th being the toughest par 3. She's had 3 birdies on the 7th this week. And we were talking about the 8th being one of the toughest holes, and just making birdies for fun at the moment, Shan Shan.
Yeah, let's see what she can do in a few minutes' time when she gets to the 9th hole. Perhaps that might put a little damper on her scorecard and her spirits. It's fun to watch it all unfold. Just amazing golf out here today from the world number 6.
Something we've become used to here in Dubai. Played some wonderful golf on this marginless course over the years, Shan Shan Feng. Great ambassador for Chinese women's golf. Pravot tee shot on the 9th, that should hold up.
It's just a 240-yard run out down on that low left side of the 9th fairway, so very important to be short of that and give yourself an opportunity to hit from the fairway to a very daunting green here on the 9th hole.
Pat Lam on the 9th tee. It's the challenge they face with the second shot over the water. VIP boxes beyond the green. Laura's 3rd on the 8th. And still with work to do. Should have been hoping to stick that a little bit closer.
Over to the 11th, par 3, playing 151 yards to the flag today, 139 to the front of the green. A little short there for Vilat, but she'll have an uphill putt from there.
head wall for birdie. Struggling today.
Well, she could really use one of those dropping just to stop the rot a little bit. 7 over through 7 holes, 3 doubles and just a single bogey as well. So can use a few circles on that scorecard, perhaps, Lee.
Big putt for Laura. Desperately trying to stay in touch at the moment. No. Knew immediately that was missing the target. Drop shot for Laura Davies.
I always think it's interesting when you see players get frustrated on the green, because the error was really in Laura's tee shot, putting it through the fairway and into that thick rough. And you know, you're just kind of chasing your tail whenever you do that on the 8th hole. It's a hard hole to play from the fairway, let alone from the very ankle-deep rough over on the left-hand side. If Shan Shan makes this, it will extend her lead to 9 shots.
Incredible, isn't it? She hasn't even finished the front 9 yet.
No, she was 5 under for her second and first round, and this would take her to 5 under through 8 holes today.
Rock solid once more. Absolutely brilliant from Shan Shan Fung today. Looking every inch a world-class player on this Margelist course. 15 under par for the tournament. 5 birdies on the card once more today. Simply too good right now. Provot on the 9th. One of those players battling for second at the moment. And in fact, as it stands, in a share of second, with Davies moving back to 6 under. So Schaefer, Provot and Laura Davies alongside one another in second place now. But to say Shan Shan Fung has a healthy lead doesn't really do it justice right now. Healthy lead and some. Can Patlam do anything about it this afternoon?
Well, not with shots like that, Lee. Very out of character for the usually consistent tee to green Patlam.
Schaefer playing up to the 9th. Joint second. Good shot from the Frenchwoman.
Well, there's been just 2 birdies so far today on the 9th. Can Schaefer find the 3rd?
So far, midway through day 3 in Dubai. Just simply too good from Shan Shan Fung. We'll be reaching for the record books soon. That's how good her golf has been today. 5 under for her 3rd round, 15 under. She has a 9-shot advantage. Let's just start to put Shan Shanfeng's score into perspective. 15 under par. She's yet to finish the front 9 on her third round of this 4-day tournament, Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Of course, back in 2012, she finished the tournament 21 under par. That's the lowest 74-hole total in the history of the event. So that's well within her sights in terms of the largest 54-hole lead in the history of the tournament. That was a 7-shot advantage for Annika Sorenstam back in 2006. So it's looking like she could smash that this afternoon. The biggest winning margin in terms of the tournament. 6 shots, also by Sorenstam back in 2006. And of course, you've got to start looking at the course record, Alison, before too long. I mean, if she carries on like this, it's going to turn into one of the rounds of the year.
Yeah, definitely. Course record out here is 63, 9 under from Davy Claire Schreifel back in 2012. But she's on track for it right now. 5 under through 8 holes.
Patlam's third on the 9th. That's a great shot. Should be pleased with that. Caroline Masson.
Just off the downslope here on the sometimes reachable par 5 13th. Very nice touch there from Masson. Oh, and she's got it. And that is 3 birdies from the last 4 holes from Vilat, and that launches her up into a tie for second.
Group on the 9th green, shared with the 18th here at the Emirates Golf Club. Huge shared green. My good friend Richie Holden, who I stayed with last night, in fact, lives just over the wall alongside the 11th fairway. He was telling me a funny story about this one. Got it over the water in 2, playing the 18th, sliced the second shot a little bit, so landed on the far right-hand side of this shared green as you look at the clubhouse and the VIP boxes. So I had to putt across the entire green to get back to the 18th pin. Thought he was doing okay, so you know, on the green for 2, and then putted back into the water with his third shot. Ended up making bogey.
That would have been about a 70-yard putt, wouldn't it, Lee?
Monster putt.
Absolutely. Better off maybe taking hybrid and bunting it along through the rough on the right-hand side.
Fantastic amateur golf story. Plays well too, Rich. Caroline Masson, no, that just shaves the hole. Started really well today. Masson birdies on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And the 8th, one of the tougher holes on this layout. Dropped a shot on the 9th, but another birdie on 11. 4 under for her round, Masson.
Provot to stay in that 4-way tie for second at 6 under.
First dropped shot of the day for the French woman. Another player bitten by the 9th. Power on the card for Masson. Back on 9. Here's Patman, played a lovely 3rd shot. Give herself a chance of par. Not really happening today for the leading Thai player in the world rankings.
No, the 9th hole takes yet another victim.
Good putt. Good start. Solid from Jade Schaefer. Raced out of the blocks earlier today with a couple of early birdies. Solid thereafter. That's a disappointing end to the front 9 for Provot. Interesting to see how she reacts to that. What a view on this 9th fairway. Dubai Marina, just beyond the edge of this 9th fairway.
Well, she was staring it down, but that's not a bad place to be over on the back edge of the 9th green. That would have looked very good from where she was standing. Bit of an easier hole location on the 9th today, perhaps with the pin over on the left yesterday. It did take a few victims into that front left water, but less of that out there today.
Doesn't seem to be quite as breezy this afternoon as it was yesterday. It's the good news for the ladies who are still out on the course. Headwall second. 2 over for the tournament.
Well, one of them will get a pretty good read, but who that will be between Headwall and the Dame, we'll have to find out. Perhaps Headwall might be a little bit further away.
The Dame, what a great nickname.
Mel Reid actually calls her the Dame to her face. So
referring to Dame Laura Davies, of course, honoured recently. Shan Shan Feng, well, starting to expect this sort of quality from the Chinese star now.
Shan Shan will get 2 reads there from her playing partners, so perhaps another very good opportunity for our leader.
You were telling me yesterday she had a bit of physio out on the course on the shoulder, Shan Shan, but certainly no signs that that's causing any kind of discomfort today. We'll be back on the 9th shortly. Here's Mel Reid.
Just creeping by there for Mel on the par 5 10th hole.
Currently tied for 6th, Mel Reid. 4 under, 1 under for Her third round yet to match the kind of quality she produced yesterday. Mel Reid 66 for her second round. Evidence of the size of the challenge for the likes of Villatte and Schaefer and Davies. Sarah Kemp taps in. Celebrated birthday on Monday. Started that birthday in the air, didn't she? One of the players played in the Queen's Cup in Japan last week on the flight from Nagoya in Japan over to Abu Dhabi late on Sunday. Any celebrations on board? You were on that flight, weren't you?
Yeah, well, it was funny actually because it was her birthday, but then it wasn't her birthday when we changed the time zones, and then when we landed, it was again. So it was a bit of fun actually. Nice to be around, and it's a good environment for birthdays out on the tour. It's sometimes hard when you're away from your family. Nice to celebrate with some friends on the plane.
So you gave her the presents, then took them all back, did you? Nice character. Sarah popped into the commentary box in Japan. One of those players who jumps from tour to tour, didn't she? A bit on the LET, a bit on the LPGA. Back home in Australia too. Headwall chance to move back to 1 over. Could do with a boost. No. She's been rattling those putts past today as well, isn't she? She's not making life easy.
Yeah, they have been burning the edges, but you just can't afford to leave yourself, you know, 4, 5, 6 footers for par all the time, particularly when, you know, putting has been an issue for the last 12 months at least for Headwall. Not putting the way we all remember her too in the 2013 Solheim Cup. Seemed like everything she looked at she made back then, but it's definitely a different story out here in 2015 for the Swede.
Yeah, the first ever player to win all 5 matches at the Solheim Cup. Colorado. Disappointment for Europe, of course, this year when they took on the Americans on German soil back in September. Shan Shanfeng, the leader for birdie. This to move out to 16 under par. She's human after all.
I can't remember the last time we saw Shan Shanfeng with a par putt outside 2 feet, Lee. She's been in absolute control on the greens, and she said going into this week that that was one of her weakest parts so far in 2015 of her game. And it certainly has been a strength here so far on the Margilis course.
Miss birdie putt for Laura Davies. She'll stay on 6 under by the looks of it. Here's Patlam 3 under par now, dropped a shot on the 9th. Didn't like that. Just on the left of the picture. Were you expecting a bit more from the Thai player today? She, on paper, has the quality to challenge the likes of Shan Shan, but not doing so far.
No, and those 2 bogeys on the 4th and 5th hole for Patlam would have really taken the wind out of her sails. There was a few birdie opportunities early with the 2nd hole being shortened and a short par 5 third. She definitely lost a little bit of momentum there. And that birdie on the bogey on the 9th, I should say, for Patlam, also adding to the troubles.
It's a front 9 to forget for Caroline Headwall. 3 doubles on the card and a drop shot on the 2nd as well. So 7 over for her front 9, Caroline Headwall. Davies makes par. Stays in a share of 2nd place. Nice weather for a spot of golf for the family. Perfectly warm out there on the Margilis course. Around high 70s, 80 degrees or so Fahrenheit. Mel Reid finds the sand.
That was going to be a very tricky up and down for Mel Reid. Short-sighted on the left of 11.
Up on the 12th is Valat, 2nd shot. This comes up short.
Well, that almost looked like a little bit of mini golf there into the bunker off the rake for Pravot on the 10th.
Now back to Valat, who's Shanshan aside, had been putting together one of the rounds of the day, hasn't she? She's been sneaky good today. Share of 2nd at the moment. 5 under for her round, tackling the 12th, but work to do on the 12th. Blue skies and sunshine in this part of the world. The Omega Dubai Ladies Masters 3rd round, just gone 2 o'clock local time. Good conditions out on the course.
One of the longest hitters out on tour, Jade Schaefer. 10th could be reachable for Jade. Playing downwind today. She'll follow her countrywoman, Pravot, into the front right bunker.
Suvanapura just lining up a putt on the 11th. Back there in a moment. Let's jump over to another tie. Hornanong Patlam. Par 5 10th. Looking to get this close. Shanshan Feng should be delighted with her efforts today. Day 3 in Dubai. It's opened up a 9-shot lead at the Emirates Golf Club. Alex Valat, Jade Schaefer, Laura Davies all tied for 2nd. Valat putting together one of the rounds of the day in spot to bother on 12, but birdies on the 2nd, the 3rd, the 8th. And she played the front 9 in 3 under. Picked up another couple of shots on 10 and 11 as well, so doing very nicely indeed. Here's Mel Reid from England. Oh, yes. Nice boost for Mel. Disappointment for the Europeans at Solheim, but Mel, one of the Europeans who played well, didn't she? Seems to respond well in that team environment.
Yeah, she grew up playing a lot of team sport and often says how unsuited for a solitary sport like golf she is. Very social out on tour, and she just absolutely loves the environment of the Solheim. And let's see the struggles here of Mariana Prevot on the 10th hole. She did bogey the last, so in a spot of bother.
Fine margins. Tries again. Yeah, just needs to steady the ship, doesn't she? Relatively inexperienced at this level. Young too, 23 years of age. Test of her nerve now. Schaefer from a similar position. And to complete a hat-trick of French women is Alex Vilat. This for par. Well, drop shot for Vilat, which is a shame. She'd flown up the leaderboard. After back-to-back birdies on 10 and 11.
And this will be for Schaefer's birdie after hitting in that front greenside bunker in 2 shots. Interesting grass here at the Majlis course. It's actually warm season Tiff Eagle Bermuda greens out here this week, Lee. I had a chat to the assistant superintendent, Luke Partridge, earlier on, and he was more than willing to give me more information than I could ever need about this golf course. But it was very interesting, you know, because it's such a warm place in the summer, so I was curious as to how grass would respond to the heat, and learnt a few things or two.
Yeah, I mean, brutal the heat, isn't it, in the summer here? You can reach the likes of 50 degrees on the hotter days. And many of the ladies, noticeable when they come off this course, talk at length about how much they love this golf course, the great condition it's in. One of the highlights of the tour, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, and I have to say that I think this is the best condition I've ever seen this golf course in. In previous years, there have been a few patches around the golf course that perhaps you didn't want to go to, just because you can get a few little patchy lies, but it is absolutely stunning out there this week, and it's a testament to the green staff here at Emirates Golf Club.
Yeah, great venue, fitting venue for the climax to the season. This the last tournament on the 2015 calendar. Another drop shot for Prevot. Had been in a share of second not so long ago. Now back to 4 under par. Move alongside the likes of Georgia Hall and Caroline Masson. bogey putt for Alex Vilat. First drop shot of the day for Vilat. Patlam. No, never like that. Another player who recently celebrated a birthday last Friday. Turned 26 years of age. He's won a couple of times on the LET, Dubai 2013, and then in India the previous year. 8 wins on the Asian Tour. As the last group out on the Margilis course. Walking up the 10th fairway. Fabulous day for Fung, so-so for Davies, and the other end of the scale for Headwall. It's been a mixed bag for this trio today.
Yeah, very much so. It's definitely a day Caroline Headwall would like to forget so far. +7 for her round through 9 holes, and really needs to make some kind of turnaround. She's dropped from 3rd to 36 in the last few hours.
Looking over the shoulder of Laura Davies' caddy. Another key element, isn't it, of success on the professional tour, the caddy. Underestimated, I would imagine, by perhaps those back at home who don't play a lot of golf or watch a lot of professional golf. It's a complicated job, a valuable one too. Get the right person can be a key to winning trophies, can't it?
Yeah, and it's always such an interesting relationship to me between player and caddy, because it is perhaps, you know, a little bit more like a, you know, a family situation than a friend. You're there for the highs and lows, and you know, having that support and the belief from your caddy out on the golf course when things aren't going right is just so crucial, particularly in tour golf.
Better from Headwall, of course. She's got her sister on the back this week. See how Laura gets on.
Well, this is the point in Laura's round where she really needs to just refocus. 2 drop shots since the 6th hole, and you can see that one just absolutely catching it heavy. Large divot there from Laura, and she will have some work to do as well to save her par.
Jade Schaefer. Tee shot on the par 3 11th.
Well, we saw Mel Reid in there earlier, and that is the dreaded left bunker on the 11th hole. If you hit it in there even by a foot, it somehow manages to skip its way all the way back to the rear end of the bunker.
This is the 10th fairway. Shan Shan Fung.
Yeah, it's 40 yards to the front of the hole from that red circle there, with the 10 paces on pin position, so just 50 yards to the green for world number 6. To the 11th. Just a short par 3 here for the players, but can see that wind really picking up off the left side of this attackable pin today. That wind will make it a little harder to get close to, I should say.
There's Davies from the sand. It's her fourth. We'll need to hold that putt to save par, though. Let's go back to Provox. 23-year-old from Metz, northeast France. On the right of the picture.
It's going to be a tricky putt down one of those back tiers we have on the 11th hole.
Under par for her round today, Shan Shan Feng. The masterclass started on the second, birdied the par 4 second and the third. Birdies on 6, 7 and 8 as well. Really caught fire around the par 3 7th. Was playing some sensational golf. 7 and 8, par on the tricky 9th here on the Majlis. Record 63, remember. Started a week with a couple of 67s, certainly well within her sights, well within her capabilities. This another birdie putt.
Well, she's currently bogey-free, and she's got a little bit of work left to do to tidy up for her par here on the 10th hole. Over to the 18th. Third shot today of Georgia Hall. Having a very nice round out there so far. 4 under through 17. And that will be another great birdie opportunity for the young Englishwoman.
Headwall fighting hard today, salvage something from this third round. Davies still hanging on to a share of second at the moment with Schaefer. Needs to hold this to stay on 6 under. And all of a sudden, Jade Schaefer all alone in second place. There she is on the 11th, but work to do here.
It's a good effort there from Jade. Played downhill, down grain and downwind from where she was. She did very well to stop that anywhere inside 20 feet.
Yeah, we saw the kind of par putts Mel Reid had, didn't we, on that hole a few moments ago. Shan Shan for par, still no drop shots on the card this week. inevitably the ball disappears.
Never in doubt, right, Lee?
Has a habit of doing that, doesn't it? Shan Shan's ball behaves.
It doesn't like it much above ground, does it?
Pat Lam, chance to move back to 4 under. Yes. Very nice. Two on the card. Mel Reid playing the 12th now. Schaefer in second, but needs this to drop to stay in second all alone. Oh, great putt. That's a great par from the Frenchwoman. Turning into a good day for Jade. Plenty at stake, of course. 75,000 euros for the winner here this weekend. 45 for second place. Will be a nice end to the year. Nice boost a few days before Christmas, as well as the honour, of course, of doing well in tournaments such as this. Starting to go wrong, though, for fellow Frenchwoman Provat.
Yeah, it's her third bogey in a row, and really needs to find some composure out there, going into the last 7 holes on the golf course.
Yeah, we said when she dropped a shot on 9, didn't we? This is a test. Can you try and describe what it feels like for a golfer when you're going along nicely, all of a sudden something goes wrong? And we see it so often, don't we? That seems to be the catalyst for then a catalogue of errors, and a round of golf can quickly fall apart. What's going on between the ears when that happens?
Well, they say golf is 90% mental and 10% mental, so it is a massive battle between the ears, particularly with someone that hasn't been in that position before, just trying to feel comfortable and be confident over, you know, putts like that, keeping your head down, committing to a line and just trusting it. It can get really difficult if you're not used to being under that kind of pressure.
Georgia Hall, haven't seen too much of the English youngster so far. Going along very nicely this week. Four under Georgia for her tournament, tie of 6th. Playing like a golfing machine this afternoon, Shan Shan Feng.
She is. If her golf ball doesn't finish within 15 feet, it certainly lands within 15 feet, as we saw there, just a few paces off holing it from Shan Shan.
Just the 7 birdies on the 11th. Still 2 over par, Headwall. Yet to find a birdie today after a great round yesterday, 68, something of a surprise. She hasn't been able to find that same kind of form. Steadied the ship over the last 45 minutes or so. 4 pars in a row after a back-to-back doubles.
Good line here on the 11th is just to that TV tower over the back of the green. It's just a little bit to the right of this whole location. There's not too much green to the left, but Laura has managed to find a small portion of it up the back, just on the top of that second tier.
Laura Davies started just 2 off the lead, now in a share of 3rd. It's Jade Schaefer out in 2nd all alone, but still the story of the day belongs to Shan Shan Feng. 5 under for her 3rd round in Dubai, and that means she is 15 under par for the tournament, still with plenty of opportunities to go even lower here in Dubai. There's the evidence of the Frenchwoman Schaefer now all alone in 2nd place, 6 under par, so 9 off the lead. Still with plenty of work to do if she's going to get there anywhere near Shan Shan Feng over the last couple of days of this 4-day tournament. Verlat, Reed, Davies tied for 3rd. Tied for 6th, Georgia Hall with a 68 today. Another good round of golf for Georgia Hall. Clearly loves this place. Hole-in-one here last year. Tied for 9th. A couple of the Thai players in the field. Ariane Provot is just struggling a touch now after dropping shots on 9, 10 and 11. A couple of players who are off the course now. Whitney Hillier, 69 today. Good round of golf for her. And there's Nana Madsen and Emily Pedersen in the bottom half of that graphic. Pedersen and Madsen in the Rookie of the Year battle this week in Dubai. Pedersen just over €32,000 ahead of Madsen, which meant Madsen had to finish at least 2nd, so looks like it'll be Emily Pedersen who will be crowned Rookie of the Year on Saturday night in Dubai. Winner in India a few weeks ago, Emily Pedersen from Denmark. Over to another champion on the tour this season, Mel Reid. Started with a bogey today, but it's bounced back well. Birdies on the 2nd, 6th and 10th for Mel. Laura Davies. This for birdie. Not to be for Laura. Laura Davies tidies up for par. Stays 5 under par for the tournament. 3 over for her round today. Hasn't been the round she was looking for. After opening the tournament with a pair of 68s. This is Verlat. Familiar sentence, Feng for birdie.
I think that one went in.
Disappears. Difficult to tell, wasn't it? The hole obscured. And no real reaction, was there? I mean, it's like just business as usual for her.
Just trotting up. Oh, yeah. Got to grab the ball out of the hole again.
16 under par, incredible. Remember, lowest 74 hole total at this event. This is its 10th staging of this tournament. 21 under par, so I mean, she's going to smash that, isn't she, at this rate? She might not be far off 21 under par at the end of today, never mind tomorrow. How can Headwall get on? Well, sadly, a familiar story for Caroline Headwall. It's the kind of day it's turning into for the youngster from Helsingborg. A few choice words for sister Jacqueline. She's getting a bit of an ear bashing today, isn't she?
Yeah, they're having a lot of debriefs after the hole, and it's interesting because you see, you know, Jacqueline's quite involved in the green reading process in that team. So perhaps a little bit of feedback there from her twin sister, Caro.
Jade Schaefer still alone in second. But now 10 shots adrift of Shan Shan Feng.
It's a great dogleg left, this, the 14th. Just 220 yards to carry that left-hand fairway bunker. You can see in picture there. And that is in position A1 for Alex Follett.
Back to 4 under, Patlam now. To the birdie on 11. Tied for 5th. Downtown Dubai in the distance as we look across the 9th fairway, the lake that protects the 18th green too.
A lot of people out enjoying the glorious Dubai weather this afternoon. This Pravot's 3rd into the 12th hole after driving into the bushes and taking a drop out, penalty drop. She is really struggling, Ariana Pravot, right now. 3 consecutive birdies, bogeys, I should say, on the card. And feet have something to say about that.
Yeah, needs to take a deep breath. Started so well today. She was one of the surprise names on the leaderboard. Moving backwards at the moment. Further back on 12 on the tee, Laura Davies.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Laura's foot may have slipped halfway through that. She has been having trouble with that left ankle, torn tendon, that she's been having to deal with out on the golf course at the moment. They just seem to lose traction in those left toes right at impact. Very hard to regain your composure mid swing like that.
It's tough, isn't it? Sometimes if you're carrying an injury, you just start overcompensating, so tweaking slightly the technique, and difficult to concentrate as well when you are less than 100%. Block it out of your mind. It's another challenge, especially when things start going badly. I mean, that's the challenge, isn't it? If you're playing well, then you tend to forget about all those problems, but as soon as you start missing a few putts, then the negative elements of what's happening out on the course start creeping into the back of your mind. Come out of nowhere, really, this form for Jade this week. Opened her tournament with a round of 69, 71 yesterday. 2 under for her third round. Her best this season, 11th in Pilsen. No top 10s, so be a lovely boost at the end of the year. Whatever happens over the next day or so. Long birdie putt for Patlam, former winner here in Dubai. Brother is on the bag as ever.
Flat second into the 14th. Back right hole location today. Ooh, that almost took out the back edge. That's just crept on through the fairway. Unlucky perhaps there for Alex Willett for that not to sit down. Yet to make a cut here in her last 3 attempts on the Magulus course. If I've done my maths correctly, that could have been a triple bogey 7 for Anne Prevot.
Fighting the demons at the moment, the French woman. As you said earlier, Alison, no one really in any kind of position to put any kind of pressure on Shanshan, although it's an unusual sight. She's not in the middle of the fairway. Uncharted territory for Shanshan.
Yeah, I don't think Mercer, her caddy, has a yardage from over there. He's used to walking up the middle of the fairway, definitely.
While Shanshan prepares, there's Jade Schaefer in for par, stays 6 under. Still has second place all to herself. It's Laura Davies. Hoping for a good result from the sand.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to be over on the right of the 12th after she lost her footing on the tee. That will be a lengthy chip she has ahead of her as well. The pin well back today. 32 paces onto the green on the 12th hole.
Ninth time she's played this tournament. Laura Davies has been very much a part of the history of this event. 10th anniversary of the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters.
The pin here is actually over just to the left of that 12 TV tower. You can see in the distance. She will have to work the ball from right to left into the breeze a little bit as well, so that should help her shape the ball a little bit. Not a dissimilar spot over there, as you see the ball of Laura Davies nearby as well. She'll have to work to make par, which is something we're not used to saying about Shan this week. She said in a press conference yesterday that she got off to a tough start because on the 10th hole she hit the ball in the rough. And I thought there's a few players out there that might have something to say about what a tough start really is.
But that's third. Judgment of pace. Shan Feng on her way to prepare for her third shot. There's the size of her lead. 10-stroke advantage for Shan Feng, the world number 6 over Jade Schaefer. Gianna Luna, who we saw a fair bit of earlier on today. Now playing the 18th, clear winner of best socks out on the course today. That's good golf too. Mel Reid, 5 under. So another of those players battling hard for second at the moment. To drop a shot this week, Shan Feng. How much of a test is this for her, Alison?
This is it's a tricky up and down. She's got that kind of indentation she'll have to carry, and a few elevation changes as well before it gets to the hole. And then on top of that, you have grain and the pace of the green to take into account. She'll have to start this out to the right a little bit. It will break to her left once it hits the green.
Third shot then on the par 4 12th. Marks out of 10.
I'd say about a 7.8, Lee. And it's funny, I'm finding myself barracking for her to not make bogey. It's so much fun watching someone go bogey-free, particularly in the first 2 rounds. I can't believe she hasn't made a bogey. This golf course is not a bogey-free golf course, and it's a testament to how well she's playing. As that one just slips by for Villette. The 14th hole.
Yeah, like Prevot, just struggling. Alex Villette all of a sudden. Similar story, going along very nicely, then bogeyed 12.
And that is her 3rd consecutive bogey for Villette. Bogeys on 12, 13, and now 14 as well. Definitely needs to regroup going into the last 4 holes.
Mel Reid, can she join Schaefer on 6 under? She can. Three under for the day, Mel now. Turning into a decent round for the Englishwoman from Derby. Laura Davies, that's a great effort. Is it going to drop? It is. At last a smile for Dame Laura.
Well, it's not often that you see Laura Davies give a little fist pump like that. Holds her cards very close to her chest usually, and can see a big smile there.
All of a sudden, Jade Schaefer with a bit of company in second place. Mel Reid moving on to 6 under. Laura back to 6 under. That battle hotting up. Interesting times for Shan Shan Feng, though. Hasn't had too many tricky putts for par today. .47 holes without a drop shot. This the 48th. See how she gets on. No. Well, that monstrous lead down to 9.
Yeah, and the bogey-free streak has come to an end.
Still, no real dramas for Shan Shan. But we were starting to think about course record territory, weren't we? 63 from Davy Schreifel back in 2012. Shan Shan now 5 under for her third round. Here's Headwall. That's a good putt from the Swede. Struggling today, but playing a little more solidly over the last few holes. Fans in Dubai mesmerised by the quality of Shan Shan's golf today. Bogey putt for the leader. And it goes. So dropped shot for Shan Shan. She'll move back to 15 under par. But still the luxury of an enormous lead at the top of the leaderboard. And still a mighty task for any of the ladies just below her on this leaderboard on day 3 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. 15 under. Nearest challengers 6 under par, so a 9-shot advantage. confirmation there that Mel Reid and Laura Davies, in fact, still on 5 under par. We thought they'd moved out onto 6 under alongside Jade Schaefer. But that monster putt that Laura Davies sunk was for par. Same applied to Mel Reid. So Jade Schaefer still alone in second, 6 under par. 3 players alongside one another on 5 under par: Masson, Reid and Davies. Georgia Hall, Isabella Ramsey, a couple of the Thai stars on 4 under in a tie for 6th, and a tie for 10th at the moment. Emma Cabrera Bello, Spaniard, whose brother Rafa won on this course, incidentally, the European Tour a few years ago. Nice family connection.
And her brother, her other brother, I should say, Miguel, I believe, plays out on the Alps tour as well. Whole family very involved in the golfing environment. Well, they're just finding the back of the green on the 15th hole. Still all smiles after 3 consecutive bogeys there for Villette, but still feeling good enough to wave to the crowd.
Very French, wasn't it? Kisses for the fans. It's all about the love in France. 13th tee, Shan Shan Feng. You can't imagine that it will affect her mentally at all, the drop shot, but it could be interesting just to see how she reacts, see whether it causes a wobble or two.
Luna for birdie on the 18th. That would have been for her 4, but it will be a par, and she'll remain at 2 under par for the tournament. Schaefer, 3rd shot into the short par 5, 13th. Oh, will it stay up? Oh, very unlucky there for the Frenchwoman. Bit of an unforced error perhaps with that approach shot. Very hard when you're hitting a short iron or a wedge off a downhill lie like that. Sometimes you can get a little bit too much spin or get underneath it. And as we cross to her live, taking a drop. It's a definite plan of Michael Wood, our tournament director, to shave down that fairway and rough over on the right-hand side of 13, just to make it perhaps a little bit trickier here on what's a reachable par 5 downwind. Well, Jade will be chipping for par, I believe. Not exactly the way that you want to have to try and make 5 in what would have been a reachable par 5 for Jade on previous days, perhaps. One of the longest players out on tour. bit of an awkward length as well, this kind of 30 to 40 yard pitch. A lot of players out on tour like equating it to somewhere on the clock face in terms of distance control. It might be a 6 o'clock swing or a 9 o'clock swing that equates to, say, 40 or 45 yards. It's a good way of learning your distances with your pitching.
Fifth shot then for Schaffer. And that's a great result.
Tip of the cap there to Jade Schaffer. That was a very gutsy shot from there. The ground can get quite damp around that hazard over on the right of 13.
Let's get back to Villatte, struggling at the moment, but that's a great putt from the French woman. Taps in. And we can confirm Schaffer's tapped in as well. But a bogey for Schaffer. So she'll drop back to 5 under. Birdie putt slips past for Provot, whose round started to unravel at the 9th, didn't it? It's been up and down for Batlam today. Good round of 68 yesterday. Started to move in the right direction with a birdie on 3rd today, but dropped shots on 4 and 5. It's better. Caroline Headwell, Laura Davies, Shan Shan Fung group. Just making their way up 13th fairway. Laura deep in discussion with caddy ahead of this 3rd shot. The par 5 13th. Finds the green. Still very tight in that battle for 2nd. any disrespect to the players just behind Chen Qianfeng on the leaderboard, but the Chinese star's lead so sizable that at the moment, Alison, it's a fair comment, isn't it? It's a battle for second just behind her, even with a day and a bit to go.
Yeah, absolutely. When the gap is 9 shots, I don't think any of the players out on course would take offence by our comments regarding the race for second place in a way, Lee.
Okay.
Yeah, and certainly that's how it looks at the moment, unless something extraordinary happens to Shanshan over the next day and a bit. Of course, she's still got to go out there and finish it off. But when she's done it before in such style here in Dubai, 2012 and last year as well, comfortable wins, only fair to expect more of the same when she's put herself in this kind of position. Coming towards the end of her third round, here she is. 15 under, that's her third shot. More solid golf.
Fairways and greens, and then a few birdie putts, and that's how you shoot consecutive 67s in the first 2 rounds for the world number 6. Great shot there from Reed, one of the few players probably capable of stopping the ball that quick downwind on the 14th hole.
Caroline Masson has put together one of the rounds of the day today. 5 under for her third round, and that's enabled her to become part of that battle for second at the moment. In joint second, in fact, now, alongside the likes of Schaefer, who dropped a shot at 13. Schaefer back on 5 under now, Davies 5 under. So with that drop shot of Schaefer's, moving back to 5 under, lead 10 strokes once more for Fang. Let's head over to the 14th tee. Ariane Provot. One under for the tournament. Good enough for a tie for 19th at the moment. Endured a rocky few holes around the turn, bogeyed the 9th and the 10th and the 11th, and then a double on the 12th for Provot. After starting wonderfully well today, birdies on the 1st and the 3rd. Test for Schaefer now, after that first drop shot of the day on 13.
Very well balanced golf swing there from Schaefer.
Here's the leader. Oh, shaves the hole. That was for birdie. So waxing lyrical about Shan Shanfeng yesterday, Laura Davies, the quality of the Chinese star. Described her as a course specialist here in Dubai. Takes on the birdie putts. And she can associate with that. Alison was talking about, you know, when you get to certain courses, she said she's been in that situation in the past. You stand on the tee and you just have a feeling that you're going to shoot below par. It certainly seems the case for Shan Shan around this track.
Yeah, very much so, and I think sometimes that comes from obviously previous results on the golf course, but when you feel like a course really matches your game, it gives you, you know, it's a different kind of confidence as well. You know, the confidence that you will make birdies and that you can really loosen up out there, particularly on the back nine, I believe, at Emirates. You know, it's those late birdies on 16 and 17 can make or break a tournament, and I think when you have fond memories, particularly over the closing holes like Shan Shan would, those kind of memories are absolutely priceless.
He's faced a few of these testing putts for par today, Headwall. Here's another. Just struggling for confidence. She ironically talked about how well she was putting yesterday, but just hasn't happened out on the course this afternoon. Reed for birdie. In it goes. That will push it to 5 under. The leader for par. This to stay on 15 under. Never in doubt. Maintains a 10-stroke advantage. Caroline Masson nearing the end of her third round. Leaves herself with a bit of work to do to save par at the last. Meanwhile, on the 14th, Schaefer.
See how much the ball just has a habit of rolling through the 14th green out here on the Majlis course. Testament to Mel Reid, who got the ball to sit down, managed to make birdie. That will be few and far between out here this week, and that was for a round of 67 for Caro Masson. Moving in the right direction and currently in a share of second place.
Yeah, the birdie putt we showed a few moments ago was recorded from a little earlier. Caroline putting the finishing touches to, as you say, Alison, great round from the German Solheim Cup star. Bit of a wobble yesterday, opened with a 69.75 for Masson on day 2. So back to her best today.
After a very lengthy drive there from Patlam on the 14th, cutting the corner on the dogleg left. She did hit driver, but there are other group competitors just hit the 3-wood, so length advantage there for Patlam.
Alex Vilat with some view, heading up to the 16th green and Dubai Marina in the distance. Skyscrapers of Dubai Marina, should I say. So the final group onto the 14th tee now. Par 4. So opportunities out there, Alison, for Shan Shan if she fancies breaking a few records this afternoon.
Oh, definitely, Lee. Obviously the 16th, the pin's on the front right as we saw Villette approach moments ago. The tee on 17 has been moved up and it's just 237 yards to the front of the hole. So that's going to be fun to watch as well when the players like Mel Reid and Laura Davies, the longer hitters, get to that corner of the golf course.
Yeah, you got it. His name is that?
Okay, I will check it. What's the rule mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, we all know how well Fung's played today. Puts into context that record low round by Davy Schroefel a few years ago from the Netherlands, 63. Real quality from Schroefel that day. And it's been a similar story from Shan Shan Fung this afternoon so far. 10-shot lead here in Dubai, coming towards the end of day 3. That group fighting for second at the moment is getting larger by the minute. Caroline Masson is off the course now. She fired in a 5-under round of 67 today. Good goal from the German star. Melissa Reid still out on the course. Alongside her on 5-under, Tidia Sawanapura from Thailand, another of those players on 5-under. Jade Schaefer, Laura Davies, all battling for, well, it looks like second at the moment, unless something bizarre and unexpected happens to Shan Shan Fung. It's Alex Vilat, 3-under now. Have been much higher in a share of second at one point today, Vilat, but heading in the wrong direction at the moment. Here's Sawanapura, par 3, 15th. It's not far away. Here's Vilat looking to move back up the leaderboard. As for birdie. Schaefer had been all alone in second, in his share of second now.
Tidy up for par there for Schaefer. She'll remain at 5-under for the tournament.
Mel Reid on the 15th tee. This is where Georgia Hall had a hole-in-one this time last year. Connie Chen as well the year before. Looking pretty relaxed out there, isn't she? 10-shot lead and time for a snack on the course as well.
Yeah, it looks as though she's got herself a burger from somewhere. Maybe we should put our orders in, Lee. Send a few of those over to the commentary box.
Definitely. Allen family in matching outfits as ever today.
Just a pair of pink flamingos on those shorts. Good day to do it as well. Lots of support out here today. Wearing pink for breast cancer.
Another drop shot for the Thai star, though. At the moment, it doesn't look like she'll be repeating that victory from 2 years ago, 2013, when she produced a shot of the highest quality on the 18th to pip Stacey Lewis to the post. And a third shot over the water on the 18th to within a couple of inches. Tapped in for birdie before collecting the trophy. Through the crowd for Davies off the back of the green.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of a thin shot to me. Just never had any height to it. And it's all going to depend on the lie over the back of the 14th.
For that for par. Good body language from the French woman. She's giving herself a little bit of a pat on the back. She heads off to the 17th tee. Second on 14 for fun.
Perhaps signs she's human. Short in the bunker on the 14th for Shan Shan Feng. This is our first look at Isabella Ramsey having a great round today. 3 under for her back nine. Currently 70th on the money list, so she'll have her card tied up for next year. And she'll have that for birdie.
Yeah, tied for 7th, the young Swede. Turning into a good week for her. Suwanapura has been climbing the leaderboard today. To move to 6 under. And it disappears. Sigh of relief. In second place all alone now. Now here's Nana Madsen. 2 over for the tournament, tackling the 18th. Just to reiterate, second on the Rookie of the Year list behind Emily Pedersen, but had to finish at least second this week, Madsen, to leapfrog her compatriot from Denmark. This is Mel Reid. Mel will drop back to 4 under. So not much movement in terms of the very top of the leaderboard, but plenty of the ladies switching positions just below Shan Shan. leader from the sand at the 14th.
Shanshan seemingly taking a little bit too much sand there. So Caddy Mercer gives her a bit of a hand.
Oh, come on.
There's Laura's third. Doesn't like that either.
You can see the club just went straight underneath that golf ball in this heavy rough out here on the Majlis course. In the summer, there is 419 Bermuda on fairways and rough, and in the winter they overseed the grass with fescue actually, which protects it a little bit more against the cooler climate. But that grass certainly causing problems for Laura Davies on the 14th.
You can tell by the look on her face it's been a disappointing day for Laura. Got herself in such a good position, didn't she? We were all starting to think maybe she could put a bit of pressure on Shanshan this afternoon, but Shanshan raced clear so quickly. Perfect start for the Chinese player, but always difficult when your opponent makes a quick start. Davies for par, stay on 5 under. No, it's going to be a drop shot. Here's Madsen, wrapping up her third round here in Dubai. Taps in. Looks like it'll be a disappointment for Madsen. Not the most positive body language in terms of that rookie race, but a great year for her, consistent. Here's the leader for par. No, another drop shot for Shanshan Feng. So she will move back to 14 under.
To the 15th, playing 159 yards today, par 3. Pins tucked over just 8 paces off that left edge of the waist area. And that one skip on through and find the back of the green. Our first look at the 17th today. Playing 267 yards to the pin. Tournament director Michael Wood said that he was going to push the tee forward for today, but it will be back at its regular length tomorrow, and that is an unforced error there from Alex Vilat, finding the left fairway bunker.
Patlam 3 under, tackling the 15th. Safely on into the shadows. Shadows is lengthening. Starting to anyway, just gone 3:30 local time in Dubai. It gets pretty dark pretty quickly in this part of the world in December. Davies rolls in. Moving in the wrong direction, Laura, at the moment.
We have Isabella Ramsey, and this would be for a very nice round of 68. Not to be, and work left to do for her par. Taking a look at Vilat's lie here on the 17th. From just underneath our crane that's out between the 17th and 18th hole. Getting a nice bird's eye view of the action unfolding underneath. Here's what she has ahead of her. I'm not sure if she'll actually be able to get it on the green from there. It does depend how close she is to that bunker lip. But the pin is well back on the 17th, 29 paces from the front of the green. Trying to just chase that one up, but it will come up a little bit short there for Alex. And that is a round of 69 for Isabella Ramsey. Great day out there for the young Swede. And a
Sealed
kiss for
with
the
a
caddy.
kiss. Always a nice way to finish a round of golf. Well, a little bit of movement at the top of the leaderboard because thanks to 3 successive birdies from Tidapa Sawanapura, all of a sudden, having been a 10-shot advantage, that lead down to 7 now, but still Shan Shan Feng in the driving seat in Dubai. Sawanapura's come under the radar a touch today. All eyes in terms of the Thai contingent on the former champion Ponanong Patlam, but after a shaky start, drops a shot on the first. Sawanapura birdies on the 3rd and the 10th, and then 3 in succession on 13, 14, 15. Moved her on to 7 under, so Sawanapura in second all alone now. And with Shan Shan dropping a couple of shots on 12 and 14, that lead down to 7. Ten shots, Alison. She seemed untouchable. 7. Is that a different story now?
Well, with 2 bogeys on the card in the last 4 holes for Shan Shan, it's just kind of gone to show how human she really is. Yet to have a bogey-free tournament, and it wasn't to be out there for her this week, but even she is capable of making mistakes, Lee.
Mel Reid barking at her ball. Plays onto the 16th green. Long, hard stare.
All 3 of them have got birdies.
With Shan Shan out in front by 10 at one stage. Is there an argument to say, you know, she's winning so comfortably that then it almost becomes difficult to keep playing good golf, because sometimes you need someone just pushing yourself along. It's easy to take your foot off the pedal, isn't it, in that situation?
Yeah, definitely. You know, she's really been playing almost alone out on the golf course in regards to her form this week. She's led from the get-go, and she's just been so impressive. Just one shot back from Liz Young on the first day, but apart from that, she's been absolutely in control.
Here's Suwanipura, currently in second, a second up to the 16th, 7 under par. Just her 6th event on the LET this season, just inside the top 40 on the order of merit. Back on the 15th with Jade Schaefer.
This putt will be for Jade's par on the par 3 15 to stay at 5 under in a share of 3rd place currently. She's done it. Very handy up and down there from the French woman.
On to another, Alex Vilat. Too far from home now, playing the 17th. Shorter 17th today, Alison.
Yeah, they've moved the hole up at roughly about 70 yards just to make it reachable downwind for a lot of the players, and it's an aggressive play, but with the pin back, you do have a lot of green to work with in front of it if you do want to hit a short pitch shot up. That one just creeping by for Mel Reid. Would have looked good for a very long time, but not to be.
Pat Lam holds the putt. Par on the card for the tie number 1.
An interesting back 9 for Pat Lam. Birdie, bogey, birdie, bogey, and finally finding the par. As we see Pravot knock hers in, also on the 15th.
Final group onto the 15th. 4 to play. Caroline Headwall 3 over for the tournament. One of the better shots today.
It's definitely been a hard day out there for Caroline. She'll have that putt to get back to 7 over just for today, and definitely not the direction she planned on moving day.
Laura Davies next up. Has that disappeared down the bank?
Yeah, I believe that's just run down into the waist area down there.
Now Suwanipura, chance to edge a little bit closer to Shan Shan Fong. she's done it. Well, well, well. Are we seeing a comeback extraordinaire here?
Well, Fang's lead is getting shorter by the second.
As the leader plays onto the 15th green. Incredible, isn't it? Not long ago, a 10-shot lead she had. Down to 6 now.
10's quite daunting, Lee, but 6 is doable. This is a golf course that you can shoot 63, 64, 65 on, and if we see a round like that tomorrow, things could get interesting.
Yeah, we've been saying all week, haven't we? We just want someone, I think, for the drama of the final day, just to put a little bit of pressure on Shan Shan, because we haven't seen too many people do that here in Dubai over the last 2 or 3 years. And it will be very interesting to see how she reacts to that. It's Velat. But all credit to Sawanapura. He's holing birdie putts for fun right now.
Yeah, that was her 4th birdie in a row since the 13th hole, and she is on an absolute roll out there. Brilliant goal from the Thai girl.
Time to add 4 fire emojis just next to her name on the leaderboard.
I really like the dancing lady myself, so to each their own, Lee.
Confirmation there. Shan Shan Fang 14 under, but Sawanapura now 8 under par. And with a couple to play with 17 short. You never know on 18, do you? It's not beyond the realms of possibility that she could birdie the last as well. There'll be some closing stretch to her 3rd round.
An awkward shot here for Laura Davies, particularly with that torn tendon in her left foot. You can see her just protecting it a little bit when she walks up that slope, and this could put quite a bit of stress through that joint. Looks as though the ball might actually have stopped on the grass, just on the upslope of that waist area there. Oh, skipping by. To the 17th. This for bogey for Velat. Just the one dropped shot, but bogeys will be few and far between out on the 17th hole today. The tee moved forward 70-odd yards, and a very attackable hole location as well. So that's at least one shot given back to the field there by Velat.
It's the iconic Burj Al Arab in the distance. There's the helipad from which Tiger Woods hit golf balls a few years ago. Iconic photos in international sport. Federer and Agassi were up there a few years ago as well. Knocking a few tennis balls around. Cheyenne Woods joined the list of sporting stars to ply their trade on the Burj helipad last year. Here's Shan Shan putting through the shadows on the 15th. This for par for the leader to stay on 14 under.
Second shot for Patlam to the par for 16th. That one will just find the bottom of the ridge that splits the front and the back portion of this 16. Playing partner Schaefer. Find the popular collection area down on the left, and look of dismay there. Perhaps an opportunity missed with such an accessible hole location there on the front of the 16th today. Davies for par.
Oh. Sums up a day, that one. That's the card for our third round. 3 under now. Started the day on 8 under. It's the 17th tee in the distance. And on that tee should be Tidia Sawanapura. The evidence of the quality of her golf over the last 45 minutes or so. 4 successive birdies. 5 in the last 7 holes. And it looks like more participants in the nearby World Air Games entertaining us. The skies over Dubai. On the green.
Well, that a chance to make eagle and potentially break the birdie train she's been on as well. A good way to do it as well. 267 yards to the pin, so a very good hit there for the 23-year-old Thai girl. Over for her day. Liz Young, not exactly what she was after out of after an excellent start to her tournament. 6 under par, 66 on day 1, and that has collected a little foliage, I believe, over on the right of the 17th.
Sounds like Mel Reid asking for instructions.
Yeah, tournament referees have been out there helping the players through this hole. You can't actually see the green from the tee. It's a little blocked off. The line is over the corner of those palm trees on the right-hand side.
No, am I going to hit you? Just move it a little bit.
You can see Mel just working out if all of the spectators are perhaps safe there on the 17th.
Glancing down at the TV camera as well. On its way. Just left of the green.
Back to the 16th tee. The ideal line is just towards those two right buildings in the distance. And I dare say from the crowd's reaction that Shan Shan's might be right on target again.
Yeah, they liked that one. Certainly a little more interesting at the top of the leaderboard. It was looking like Shan Shan's victory once more here in Dubai, but that lead down to 6 now. Shan Shan Fang out in front, 14 under par. And we're in store for a very interesting couple of minutes with Tidapa Suwanapura on the green on the 17th with an eagle putt. So looking like another birdie for the Thai player on 17. Could edge a little bit closer to Shan Shan Fang. Caroline Masson with one of the rounds of the day, currently tied for 3rd alongside Jade Schaefer, who's bringing her 3rd round to a conclusion. Good days too also for the youngsters. Georgia Hall from England, Isabella Ramsey from Sweden. 68 and a 69 respectively for those two players. Mel Reid's still out on the course, 4 under, alongside Hall and Ramsey, tied for 5th. Thai players doing well this week. Another couple tied for 8th, a little further down the leaderboard. And then tied for 11th, all these on 2 under par for the tournament. Joe Clutton, Margarita Rigon, Rebecca Hudson, Matthias Srisova and Kelsey McDonald, Diana Luna, Emma Cabrera Bello and Alex Velatz. Those the last 2 players still out on the course. Good day for Lydia Hall, who underwent knee surgery earlier this year. 68 for her. And a good round of 69 for Whitney Hillier, 2 to move on to 1 under par. Looking good for top 20 finishes, those two, to finish their seasons. This, of course, the final stop on the Ladies European Tour calendar. It's been an entertaining year, dramatic year. We're hoping for more drama over the next half an hour or so, and then tomorrow our final broadcast from the United Arab Emirates. Here's Schaefer. There's Fatlam for par.
Second here for Caroline Headwall on the par 4 16th hole. She'll have a nice angle in to this front right hole location from the left side of the fairway. Oh, and a brilliant shot there from Caroline Headwall to within what looks like kick-in range, Lee.
Late surge from the Swede. Let's have a look at the reaction.
Still plays with such a high level of intensity, Headwall. Every single shot, she is at 110%. To get good contact on the golf ball out of that second cut of rough around this Majlis course. Really turned the club head over, as we saw there, even for someone with as much power as Laura Davies. Back to our leader, who has once again split the fairway.
on the 16th. Fung, 14 under, 6-shot lead as it stands. That's quality. And of course, we're talking about Suwanapura closing the gap with. Got to remember that Fung's got a birdie chance there, 17 to come, so has every chance of extending the lead, of course. Remains to be seen.
Well, we have reason to believe that Liz Young's golf ball has actually stuck up in one of the palm trees here on the right of the 17th.
The thing is, we'd have to be able to identify that ball and make sure it's yours. Otherwise, it's lost. Yeah.
Not the easiest trees to climb, palm trees, are they?
No,
Don't give you many options.
and these ones have quite thick trunks as well, so it's, you know, it's not like the ones you see on the desert islands that have the crooked walkable trunks either. These are
You have to climb up.
Oh, yeah.
very difficult, I would imagine. I've never really thought about it, but
Just a second.
Liz Young here trying to work out her options with referee Daniel down there helping out, and you can see they've called in the cavalry, Davide Lantos and tournament director Michael Wood. Perhaps a few more sets of eyes will help the situation.
Well, if you come here and you...
See it on the left?
There's two of them.
Oh yes, I can see part of it.
But I can't.
Can you zoom on it?
Where is he?
Well, you can
See
hear
on the left?
rules referee
Yeah, lower
Davide
branches on the left.
asking us for a little bit of help, and
You see a brand or a mark?
it is very difficult to distinguish
Guys, we're over 5 minutes as well.
any kind of writing on that from our
Sorry, we're
perspective.
You see some?
There seems to be two golf balls actually up there right next to it, but I've just heard that,
If you can identify that ball that you marked.
Just to complicate matters.
yeah, there might be a few up there, a small bucket of balls perhaps up in the
Snaffle.
trees of the 17th.
Look
Oh,
at
wow.
that.
Could you from here you cannot
Well,
see
it'd be
anything,
easy if she
right?
was playing a pink ball, Lee, but when she's playing the regular white ball, it's a bit trickier.
Can I use this?
Oh yes.
Well, it just shows, doesn't it? What's going on now, Alison?
Well, you just hear Liz Young asking if she's allowed, has permission to use Mel Reid's laser to try and identify her golf ball. And she just has to be able to pick up any kind of marking, even if it's a blue dot or you know, a line or anything at all that can help them identify that golf ball. Otherwise, she will have to go back to the tee and it will be designated as a lost ball, regardless of the fact that it is stuck up in the tree almost definitely.
Meanwhile, Chan Shan Fung for birdie. Business as usual for the leader. Now slips past. Not one of her better putts today. Opportunity slips past for Shan Shan. In for par, stays on 14 under.
And I dare say she'll have a little bit of a wait when she gets to the 17th tee with a bit of issues up ahead coming from Liz Young. You can see her being shuttled back to the tee. So we take another look here at Liz Young's shot off the tee. Just keep your eyes peeled, and perhaps we can come to the bottom of this mystery of Liz Young's golf ball, but I just certainly didn't see it come out of those trees. Did you, Lee?
No. Of course, it was Bernard Langer, wasn't it? Famously played out of the tree. 1981 in York.
I believe that tree had a few more branches, though maybe lower to the ground, perhaps, Lee.
Yeah, got no chance with a palm tree. Worst possible choice.
See Jade Schaefer just calling Liz to come back to the tee if she wants to. Jade's already hit her tee shot on the 17th moments ago.
Frenchwoman's tee shot. Short and right.
Yeah, this is the part about golf that you just kind of have to take with a bit of a grain of salt there for Liz Young. Just terrible luck. That ball not being able to be identified up in that palm tree.
Yeah, and you can just see Shan Shan Feng to the left of that picture, just waiting in the wings. Done and dusted on 16, of course.
Patlam also finding the putting surface there, just on the right of the green. Great drive there to carry that front edge. 237 yards today, 267 to the pin on the 17th.
Of course, tough for Tidapa Suwanapura as well, isn't it? Who hit her tee shot a while ago onto the green. Will have been hanging around to take on the putt for eagle. There's Liz Young once more. That's a great shot in the circumstances.
Nice reward there for Liz Young.
Seeing the funny side.
Yeah, I think you have to in a position like that, and you know, sometimes golf just doesn't go your way, and things outside your control can affect your score, and this is certainly one of those situations for Liz Young.
Now this is Reed a few moments ago playing her second on the 17th.
Very interesting choice of Mel there to try and putt that. Perhaps not feeling confident up against that second cut of rough that she'd be able to get good contact.
Now up onto the 17th green.
Yeah, by my calculations, Suwanapura has been waiting probably at least 11 or 12 minutes for all of this to unfold around her since she hit her last shot back on the tee.
8 under par. Suwanapura. So a big moment coming up for the Thai player. Chan Chan Fung, remember, 14 under par. She's off the 16th green, 2 to play for the leader. 10-shot advantage, remember, Fung had not so long ago, midway through the afternoon. But Suwanapura has fired in 5 birdies in the last 7 holes, including 4 in succession, 13, 14, 15 and 16. This for eagle. Chance to move to 10 under and cut the lead to just 4 shots, incredibly. That's a good effort. Looking good for the birdie.
And she has a very consistent record here, Suwanapura. 22nd in 2013 and 22nd in 2014. So 2 must be her favourite number around this course, but she'll be no doubt trying to hunt down that #1 spot, Shan Shan Feng, and she's doing a very good job of it today on this back 9. 5 under for the last 7 holes.
Here's Reed, this for birdie. It's been a real adventure, this 17th hole, for this group, to say the least.
Satya Banpot on the 18th, will it? Yes, just creeping in. That'll take her to 4 under for the tournament.
Now, after the adventures in the palm tree, by my reckoning, Alison, this for par, this most definitely would be the most bizarre par Liz has ever made if she holds this part, surely.
Yeah, the palm tree par, it might be dubbed.
There'll be some recovery. Just to stay level par for the tournament. Certainly one of the talking points when the ladies get back in the clubhouse. That's a shame. It'll be a drop shot for Liz. Co-leader, remember, after day 1, Liz Young. 66 on the opening day. Rolls in the bogey putt. Shan Shan Fung, remember, hanging around the 17th tee, waiting for the green to clear. 14 under par, Suwanapura 8 under par, this to cut the lead to 5. Rolls another one in. 5 in a row for Suwanapura. Some back 9, Alison.
Yeah, you know what, Lee, I'd certainly take that. And 5 consecutive birdies. There are a few players that can boast that out here on the Majlis course. Incredible golf here from the young Thai player.
Amazing, really. Around, what, hour and a half, a couple of hours ago, we were talking about largest winning margin at this tournament, largest 54-hole lead. Those kind of records when Shan Shan was 10 ahead, and all of a sudden down to 5, which could make tomorrow very interesting if Shanshan were to make a slow start. Suwanapura, who should I say, at the moment looks like really the only player who could catch Shanshan. Caroline Masson, the next closest, 5 under par in the clubhouse after a 67.
So one chipping though?
After a very handy 3-wood off the tee for Jade Schaefer. It's her second shot.
One under for her final round, Schaefer. Just the one drop shot, started quickly today. Birdies on 2 and 3. Bogeyed the 13th, but has recovered relatively well. Has a birdie chance on 17. Had been right up there, Jade. Earlier in the day was in second place all alone at one stage. Tidapa Suwanapura writing the headlines at the moment. 5 successive birdies means Shanshan Feng's now down to 5 shots. Suwanapura 5 under for her final round at the moment. 69 on the opening day, 72 yesterday. So 9 under par, 6 under for today, should I say. Suwanapura. Feng waiting to play the 17th at the moment. Masson with one of the rounds of the day. Caroline Masson with a 67 alongside Schaefer, tied for 3rd at the moment, 5 under par. Georgia Hall-Ramsey with good rounds today as well. Hall with a 68 to move her on to 4 under. Isabella Ramsey with a 69 today. Alex Villatte was right up there at one stage as well, the French woman. Now tied 11th after a 71 today, 2 under par for the tournament. Quite a delay for Shanshan Feng. Alison, does that present any problems for her, or do you expect her just to deal with those, like all the problems she's dealt with so well this week?
Yeah, she's been very much in control of her emotions out on the golf course, been very steady, and I suspect she's probably just, you know, taking a moment to perhaps have something to drink, have a little snack, just refuel a little bit, and you know, make the most of it rather than seeing it as a disadvantage and an upset to any momentum that you may have. Good chance to recharge.
I suppose as a pro golfer, you're used to those moments of downtime, aren't you, where you're waiting for playing partners to play or slight delays on the course, perhaps not too unusual in your line of work.
You just have to turn it into something that's constructive for you, I think, rather than looking at it as a negative and something that's detrimental to your score. You know, working out how you can make that work for you, you know, perhaps changing your shoelaces or something like that, just refreshing somehow. whatever you need at that point in time. Catch up on your stats sheet even. Just find something to take your mind off the fact that your momentum's been a little bit upset. I remember one year in Q school, I took a book of Sudoku out and chipped away at that for a little while in the down times.
So coming towards the end of day 3 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. There's Pornalong Patlam.
Well, you might be wondering why there's a golf ball up by the hole. That's because it belongs to the group behind. As that one just slips behind the hole there for Patlam. She'll have that for birdie. This just a few moments earlier from the tee behind on the 17th.
What a result, Alison, after a long wait.
Well, it clearly didn't seem to bother her that much. That is an exceptional golf shot. 267 yards to that pin, and to get that inside 10 feet is outstanding by Shan Shan Fang.
Well, it's typical, isn't it, of the world number 6, just as we start questioning whether it might get a little bit close tomorrow. She plays a shot like that, arguably one of the shots of the day today. It's left her a relatively shortish putt for eagle on 17. That was Provoct.
As you can see, Shan Shan just running up the left side of the green here to mark her golf ball. Always so considerate to her playing partners and competitors, Shan Shan. She's an absolute testament to good sportsmanship all round. Any tour around the world would be lucky to have an ambassador like her.
Yeah, very popular off the course. Laura Davies was talking about that after her round yesterday. Described her as easygoing and lovely. That was Swanapura walking across the 18th fairway. Schaefer for birdie. It's back on 17. Live pictures over on the 18th fairway. Swanapura in second. Just looks like she's carrying a bit of an injury, Alison.
Yeah, she looked to be limping quite heavily down the 18th fairway there. See her just stretching out her hamstrings a little bit. Hard to tell exactly what that injury might be. I know when I stretch my hamstrings, it's usually lower back issues, but we'll be sure to find that out after the conclusion of her round.
Back to another tie. Patlam holds the birdie putt. Looking good for a top 10 at the very least. The 2013 champion here in Dubai. struggling with a little bit of an illness this week, Pornanong, but looks a bit brighter today. Now the final group on the 17th green now.
Davies just taking a very good look at a second shot here on the 17th.
Tied for 9th at the moment, Laura. 68 on Wednesday, 68 on Thursday, 5 over for her third round. 3 under for the tournament. Chance of picking up a shot here on 17 though. Well, that will be the putt for birdie for Laura. Let's jump over to 18. Closing hole here on the Margilis. Suwanapura with a second shot.
Yeah, she seemed to catch that quite nicely off the fairway there, and perhaps in need of a bit of a piggyback up the fairway.
Caddies have all sorts of uses.
Carry the player along with the bag. It's a tall order for any caddy out here.
Headwell next to play on 17. Eagle putt for the Swede. Similar length birdie putt to that of Laura Davies. Mel Reid on the 18th.
Back to the 17th. Caroline Headwell's turn to play, but going to go back to the 18th. Suwanapura's approach here into the par 5 18th hole. Gorgeous amphitheatre green shared along with the 9th hole over on the right of your screen. Wow, incredible golf here from the 23-year-old Thai girl. And that is very worthy of a fist pump there from the caddy. She will have yet another birdie opportunity here on the 18th.
Amazing stuff from the Thai player. Back on 17, Headwell for birdie. Just to move to level par for the tournament. Try and get something out of third round. Surprisingly frustrated that birdie putt didn't disappear. Par for Headwall. See if Laura Davies can do any better. Has to move back to 4 under. Yeah, just drifting away from the hole. On the 18th, Mel Reid, 4 under. Third shot on the par 5 18th, so that will be for birdie in a few moments' time. Now the leader, Fung, is for eagle, remember, after that monster of a tee shot. Chance to move back to 16 under. Well, it'll be a birdie, Alison, so a positive for Shan Shan.
Definitely. It was one of the least assertive strokes I think we've seen from Shan Shan all day. She's been consistently 2 feet behind the hole. And that one just a little bit more tentative from the world number 6.
A couple of bogeys on the card on the back 9. We're expecting big things after a sensational front 9 from the world number 6. Unable to push on this afternoon, but still with a healthy lead. Six-shot advantage once more for Shan Shan Fung. Here's Mel Reid. Chance to finish with a birdie. She does. A clenched fist from the Englishwoman. Always nice to finish with a positive at the end of a round. She'll be there or thereabouts tomorrow evening. Liz Young for par.
Well, not the day that Liz was looking for after a bit of a unlucky turn for the worse on the 17th. So we see her card there. 4 over for the day. No birdies for our first round leader, alongside Carmen Alonso. Both posted 66s on day 1, but a bit of a different story out here for Liz today.
Now Sawanapura looking for a 6th successive birdie, and in it goes. What a back 9 for the tie start. Looks like she's carrying some sort of injury, but that is a wonderful round of golf. 65 for Sawanapura, and that moves her on to 10 under par. Big smiles all round, not surprisingly. Well, she's given herself a chance. Back to the leader, Shan Shan Fung. 18th tee.
Just a fairway medal in hand here for Fung. Clearly not trying to take on that corner, cut the corner between the dog leg on 18, but more conservative play there from Fung.
Schaefer over the water and onto the 18th. See what Laura's got in store.
Well, I was talking to her at the players' meeting last night about this shot here. She just loves playing cross-country golf, doesn't she? And she was already planning this drive at about 7 p.m. last night. Sets up just so nicely for her style of golf, this Majlis golf course.
I was laughing at her description of this hole in a press conference yesterday. And the quote was, "It's my favourite hole in golf, probably because I can smash it over the trees," were her words.
It's not often you hear that from, I think she's 52-year-old, so still just absolutely loves playing golf and playing it her way.
Just going back to Suwannapora's round, she's stole the headlines in many respects, hasn't she? We were talking about Shan Fung and course record a couple of hours ago. That's 63 from Davy Shreveful, 2012. But Suwannapora's 65 and 6 successive birdies. Sensational stuff. And could make things very interesting tomorrow. Shan Fung had extended her lead to 6 shots after birdieing the 17th, but that lead back to 5 now. Still very healthy, of course, but victory by no means certainty all of a sudden. Patman's third on the 18th.
Done well there, Lee. I've seen a lot of players really struggle with their control of their spin going into this 18th green, particularly out of that first and second cut of rough. When you've got water in front of you, you definitely err on the long side, perhaps taking a club or 2 more just to ensure that the ball stays dry. It's not a bad place to be. Just a little long of the pin here on 18. What? And she's left it on the right side of the hole. Not the day she was looking for out there. Gotten a spot of bother midway through her round and hasn't really recovered since then. 6, well, not consecutive, but 6 bogeys since the 9th hole for Pravot.
This is how it stands with Suwannapora's 6 successive birdies. That lead now 5 shots for Shan Fung. Good to see Caroline Masson and Mel Reid on that mini leaderboard as well. Solheim Cup stars themselves in a decent position for a good finish tomorrow. Here's Shan Fung, second shot on 18. the fairway.
And speaking of middle of the fairway, let's head over to Caroline Hedwall, her second shot, par 5 18. That is the ball of Laura Davies after her drive on the 18th. Just found the waist area over on the left side of the hole. We've seen her over in this area a few times, actually. Too dissimilar from her drive there yesterday, but let's head up to the green. Jade Schaefer for eagle. This to get her to 7 under par.
Fair amount of movement from the French players in the field today. One after another at one stage. Jade Schaefer, the best of those at the moment. Currently in a tie for third, alongside Caroline Masson and Mel Reid. Putnam with a long birdie chance on 18. It's looking good. No. It's turned away at the death. In for par for the tie number 1. Round of 73 today. Would have been hoping for better after yesterday's 68. Provok for birdie, looking like it'll be a par for the French woman. Good indication of how quickly you can move in the wrong direction on a leaderboard of this quality. Provok was right up there, wasn't she, at the start of our broadcast? Now just inside the top 30. She brings a conclusion to her third round here in Dubai. But for a youngster, I guess you've got to take the positives, haven't you? It's another of those days that she'll learn from, amongst good company out there on the LET. Hope for better tomorrow. Saturday finish, of course, here in Dubai, slightly earlier than normal on the Ladies European Tour. Chance to move to 6 under for Schaefer. Nice finish to the French women's third round. All alone in third.
Yes, it will likely be a Schaefer, Suwanapura and Feng final group out there tomorrow afternoon. provided those in the group behind don't have anything to say about that.
.77 for Provot in the end. All went wrong over the back nine, but still a smile as she embraces Jay Schaefer. Now let's get back to Laura Davies. Second shot on 18. Familiar territory for Dame Laura.
Oh, wow.
Someone liked it.
Well, she certainly gave it everything she had. And, she loves a little spot of cross-country golf, doesn't she, Laura?
It's Shan Shan. Third shot onto the 18th green. That's the plan, anyway.
Well, it'll be pretty quick from that back portion of the green, but as you said, it will set up yet another birdie opportunity for our leader. Penwall, just 90 yards to the pin here on the 18th hole. And 20 paces back from the front. And yet another discussion with her caddy and sister, Jacqueline. When Headwall was playing well, her wedges were absolutely exceptional. I remember talking to Mark Wallington, who was on her bag at that point in time, now on the bag for Mel Reid. And I said, what makes her so good right now? And he said she could stop it on a dime with her wedges from 50, 60, 70, 80 yards away. She was absolutely incredible. And you see her distance control has just been a little haphazard since then. Well, if that grandstand is in Laura's way, she does actually get a free drop, but the question is whether you like your choice of drop zones out on the 18th. We saw one a little further back in the second cut of rough, but it looks as though she's drawn a decent lie here over the back of the 18th.
Laura's third. She'll have to hold that to match the birdie from 24 hours ago on this 18th on the Marge list. There she is, Davies for birdie. To conclude a relatively erratic third round for her. A little bit more inconsistent than the opening 2 days. And it goes. hard work at times, Alison, today.
Yeah, when you look at her first 2 rounds of 68, and she walks away there with a round of 77, so a 9-shot swing between the Laura of the first 2 days and the Laura we saw out there today. 6 bogeys and just the 1 birdie out on the 3rd hole, but that is just a distant memory for Dame Laura Davies, and I've no doubt that she'll be looking to improve on that for tomorrow. Frustrating day out there.
Tenth place, Laura Davies at the moment. Caroline Hedwall trying to get back to level par for the tournament. Going into the final round. Needs to hold this birdie putt. Nothing's gone away today.
Well, it seems as though Shan Chan has just been blissfully ignorant, perhaps, to the troubles of her playing partners. Hedwall currently sitting on a 78, and Laura in for 77. And in contrast, our leader, well, she's not having her best day, but she's still 5 under for a round. So, including those 2 bogeys, some absolutely stunning golf here, and this is to get to 16 under par.
It will be a par for Shan Chan, which means 3 successive rounds of 67, rock solid. Was on fire at one stage just before the turn. Was playing golf of the highest quality. We were talking about course records at that stage. Wobbled a touch midway through the back 9. Bogeys on the 12th and 14th for the Chinese star, but a good recovery. Birdie on the 16, par at the last. It's still a nice healthy lead for Shan Chan. Hedwall in for par as well. Suspect she'll be glad to get back to the locker rooms today. The sun setting on Dubai, coming towards the end of our broadcast on day 3 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. This is how it looks. It's been about 2 ladies really, hasn't it? Shan Chan Feng 15 under par, and then the magic from Suwanapura late in the day to reduce that lead to 5 shots here in the United Arab Emirates. Suwanapura is certainly one of the players of the day, one of the rounds of the day. That's 65. We're delighted to announce that we have the Thai player ready for an interview next to the 18th green.
Well, what a back 9 that was from you. Just talk me through it. Fantastic. 6 in a row.
Yeah, 6 in a row. I was like trying to finish my round.
What was clicking out there? I mean, obviously everything, but what in particular was you really pleased about?
Just because I have a pain on my glue, my butt, so it's like cramping my nerves too. So it's like really painful, even I walk and hit the balls. So my target today in the beginning was like just finish my round, and everything is like, you know, click, 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 and just knock it in. Just have fun and like, oh, okay.
So you went out with no expectations, and you think that's actually helped you?
Yeah, I mean, especially today is windy, and I didn't expect to like play good or anything, just hit balls and try to finish the round.
And this is a problem you've had for half a year. Just
Yeah.
explain a little bit more how it's affecting you when you play.
Because our pain on my glue is really tight on the hips and glue, and it cramping my nerves, and then it's like all the way down to the feet. It's like nerves, glue, and hips. So it's really painful even when I walk.
Well, beware the injured golfer. Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know, today I just see the line, and my caddy, Matt, and he's my friend, and he can see.
In fact, a few moments after that interview, there's the Thai star having to sit down. That's how bad the injury was. We believe down the right-hand side of her lower body, maybe the glute is the issue. It's causing her a few problems. You could see that towards the closing stages of a round. All will be revealed as to how bad that injury is tomorrow. In the meantime, let's rewind to some of the Shan Shan Feng highlights, Alison Whittaker, because earlier on today she was producing a masterclass out there.
Yeah, absolutely. After a birdie at the second hole and that brilliant approach shot into the third, setting up yet another birdie, she came out firing today.
Won this tournament with a total of 21 under par back in 2012, and at one stage we were talking about whether she would reach that kind of total today. It didn't turn out that way in the end, but this was the stage of her third round when she really started to turn on the style.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I said this was one of the hardest par threes out of the golf course today, and she had birdied it on day one. She birdied it on day two, and she knocked that one in to birdie it on day three. Just 6 shots in the last 3 rounds on the 7th hole for our champion so far.
Earlier on this afternoon, these pictures are from a course record of 63 by Davy Schraefel. 2012, we're wondering whether Shan Shan might be rewriting the history books here in Dubai.
Well, that was her eagle putt on 17. Perhaps the shot of the day, setting up that tap-in birdie, getting her to 15 under for the tournament.
Here she was on the 18th. Iconic closing hole here on the Majlis course at the Emirates Golf Club. Safely onto the green with her third shot. That left this birdie putt. Birdie putt didn't drop, but par on the card for Shan Shan Feng. Wonderful golf from the world number 6, and we are going to hear from her now.
Well played again. At one stage you were a long way clear. In the end, just 5 clear, but still a healthy lead.
Well, I haven't been looking at the leaderboard, so I don't really know how the others are doing. But I think 5 under today. I played really well on the front 9. Well, made a couple bogeys on the back, but birdie the 17th to come back. I think 5 under is still a pretty good score because today was a little bit more wind compared to the weekdays.
At one stage you were 9 shots clear. There has been a great fight back by Thai in second. The par 5s actually you didn't do quite so well at. Why was that?
I think the back 9 maybe I misjudged by the wind for a couple times. So and then there was one poor drive on the 12th hole, so I made a bogey there. But I think that was fine.
Realistically, do you think?
Well, Shan Shan Feng in control in Dubai. I was smiling at quotes from yesterday. She said her target at the start of the week was top 10. She reduced that to top 5 yesterday. Maybe now she'll start to believe that she can win this tournament for the 3rd time. That'll be the first time it's ever been done. Shan Shan Feng with a 5-shot lead going into the final day here in Dubai. Tidya Sawanapura carrying an injury. We will hope that she's fit enough tomorrow to put up some sort of challenge. Time to say goodbye now from the UAE. Hope you've enjoyed the golf and that you'll be back with us for the final round in Dubai. Until then, it's bye for now.